Good morning. Make sure all that shit's there. Good. Alright. So, yeah, didn't stream yesterday because I had a fair bit of stuff going on. I thought I was going to get, like, 2 days still, but, I had to reorganize one thing, and that basically bled into the rest of yesterday, so I was like, oh, fuck it, I'll just do, like, the one stream today and get everything else done yesterday. So yeah, here we are. Oh god, I was gonna say something before I started, but now I can't remember what it was. I got distracted by having to take out some crap that was on my desk. No, it's gone. Awesome. Love that. Good start. Adorable Dark Souls noises. I'm playing Tunic. Tunic looks, again, really cool. I don't know if that'll be a stream game for me. Maybe that'll be a me game. I already am playing Elden Ring on stream, so, like... I mean, fuck, there's still, like, so many games I want to get to that I probably won't stream, but, like... Like, realistically, I am probably not going to play them anytime soon. Like, shit, I've still got to play Deltarune Chapter 2. I'm way behind on that, but, yeah. Anyway. We were busy being a walking disaster. After a very drunken night. I think we left off, like, just before we were about to examine the car, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, that'll be fun. Alright, there we go. I mean, we still got a lot of shit to do for today, so... There's, definitely no shortage of things to do. Okay, so, earlier I was trying to relax after work. My brain interrupted that rest with this thought. Is pizza just an open-faced sandwich? I don't want to get into bloody... Is it taxonomical? Is that the fucking word I'm think... I don't think it is. Hold on a second. I can't remember. Naming, describing, and classifying. Yeah, I don't really want to get into the taxonomy of shit like that. Like... The example to always go to is to remember that a chair is only a chair if we deem it a chair. You can describe it any number of ways you like, but you can always find something that will fit that, you know, isn't a chair. It's like, featherless and stands on 2 feet, that is a man. No? But yeah. I ain't getting into that. The most I ever entertain those thoughts is just like, oh yeah, no, I can see that. And then move on. Okay. Do I have anything that give me visual calculus? I think maybe one of these glasses did. Or maybe not. Unless I'm already wearing them. I am already wearing them. Visual calculus. Rhetoric, reaction speed. I'd probably want the, I'd probably want these so that I have extra perception. Seems like a good idea. I think that's just fine for now. We'll work with this. Alright. Time to discover whatever the fuck we did to this thing. I got P4S weapon. Wow, nice. Oh my god, it's my badge. Oh. Oh my god, we found the fucking badge. Holy shit. Harry without a beard. Thick blue piece of acrylic covering a thin leaf of paper with the officer's name and rank on it. Next to the writing, you see a man stare back at you. A younger version of you, already disintegrating inside, but still presentable on the outside. Fuck, okay.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
I found my badge.
At least something good came out of all this.
Right. Study the badge.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Look at the photo.
The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge.
Ooh.
Good choice. A newer photo would look different.
How old?
8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
And he's winking? Why?
What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now.
Ah, back to the expression again.
The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Name, Harriet Dubois.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
Wait, what? Everett was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. Oh, right. Strange. Doesn't say Raphael Ambrosius Costo. Wait, what kind of name is Harrier? I don't want to be Harry Dubois. Harry Dubois it is then. What kind of name is Harrier?
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary.
Yeah.
The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times. Like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
A name like armor.
Harrier Dubois it is then.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
Rank. LTN2JFR. I would assume lieutenant. I don't know what the rest of that says.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
What is a Lieutenant W. Freighter?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
And W. Yefredo?
The title of Yefreighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're double Yefreighter.
Huh. So he didn't want to get a promotion. Interesting. Wanted to focus on wanted to focus on field work?
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors, out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Yeah, given the number of cases that Harry has been involved in, like, it wouldn't surprise me if he's one of those people that's just like, nah, I do the field work. That's what I'm good at.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
What's a décomptage?
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens militia. It means counting down to twos.
Right.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which, in turn, was developed by last-century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kinks.
Usually teenagers? What the fuck? You're hiring teenagers to do the grunt work?
Kinks like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
Wait, satellite officers?
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
So you've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior? So you've been putting up with me because we're... Yeah, so you've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior?
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
Aww. God damn it, Kim. Hi, newest girl. How's it going? I thought my rank was drunk. Turn back to the document.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads...
Serial number. Revachol 126205 Jam 41.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
I joined a Transfem exclusive Yu-Gi-Oh! And Guilty Gear Discord. Damn. That's a niche. Date of issue 7th of November 50. Oh god, what year? Is it 52?
4 months ago.
Oh.
I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter.
So even as of recently, he refused the promotion. And he used an old picture of himself. Oh man, oof, okay.
A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well. But better? Probably yes. A lot can happen in 4 months. Especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you. Of that you are sure.
I remember that time! That was a good time. We had a good work-drink balance going. What happened, man? Pump it up!
Fuck off. Precinct 41.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is...
He stops. What?
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
Oof.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva. Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light.
Yeah, okay. We got it. Alright. Well, we're done with that.
Yes?
Can I take a look at... What is this? This is a logic. Okay. Well, I did just get another, skill point. Do I want to bump up logic and have another go at that? I would actually like to, because now I got a little bit more information about, like, who Harry is specifically, so it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to have that information before I go and see, oh, sorry. It's definitely not the police chief. What am I talking about? Or captain, I guess, in this case, but... Yeah, fuck it. Let's give it another shot.
Yes?
Here we go.
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
Oh. What? No, that can't be right. Yeah, that makes more sense than the other stuff I thought of.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late and argues with his necktie. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck-up? Like, as a joke?
I've considered it.
So it's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Why's that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
God. Kim is the best. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, spirits, right. Right, so... We're down a couple more quests now. Oh, there should... Maybe there's other logic? Oh, unless I... Oh, that's a little annoying. I think what happened there was that I had the logic check in my map, because... Yeah, of course I did. But... It clicked that it should have displayed that there's a new one, but then I immediately did the check and went to the menu, so it was lost, but it still had the thing saying that there was a new thing to check. Okay, so what have we got to do still? I haven't checked back in on... Or, I have checked back in on this, but it was too early. Clothes in the trash, the victim's tattoos. I need to talk to other people. Send victim's body to processing. Probably going to do that tonight. Explore the whirling secret passages. Still don't know a way into that door. Don't know what I'm going to do with that just yet. Hey Raven, how's it going? Got, was fixing a stuffed bird. You found an... Oh, that's right. I got the bird from that, kid. Add even more beauty to the wall. Listen to the tape. Question Classier about the dead man. Told you she can't talk about him now, but you need specifics, height, build, etc. to confirm. Ask a little later when she has collected herself. I guess we could go check in on her if we really wanted. Still gotta forge, some documents. That's not happening for ages. Probably not even happening in this stream, honestly. And then there's also find Lena's husband. Okay. I honestly thought we might be doing a little bit more detective work with that, but I guess it was pretty straightforward that, yes, you ran your car into the sea. Good job. Hello, ma'am.
Hi, officer.
A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay. Considering an overturned boat, A sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip.
Anything I can help you with?
That depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
The wind rattles her earrings, which look like hooks. Well, they look like they look like fishing lures, honestly, or a type of, anyway. I have questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts. Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help me. I was asked to get your signature. What do you do around here? My sword. Does it come with a story? It's your... is that your boat? We'll go with the sword first.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
She smiles at her own joke. Hold on. Do you know how to use it? It is imposing. Isn't that what guns are for? Harry, not everyone can afford a fucking gun. My dude, please. It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Why do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
True. Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective?
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
Oof. Oh, okay. I'm a proper man, but behold, point to the expression. True, most people I've met are scared.
Aye. No one wants to talk about how frightened they are. But only frightened people are really dangerous. And plenty of them are dangerous.
So where are all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Wait, why if they're thick-headed?
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
Her expression doesn't change. It's hard to say if it's a joke.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Where's your husband now?
Gone.
Oh, gone? Coward, I would never leave anyone. Disappeared? Sounds like a missing persons case.
It absolutely does not. We are not going to look for him.
No. There's nothing to find. He's dead. Lost to the waves.
Oh. Say no more, wait for her to continue.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Yeah, death is nothing. I shit on death. Jesus. Should have thrown yourself in the waves after him, nods sagely. Time really is the best cure for sorrow, isn't it? It's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
She glances at the village where 2 little kids are playing with what look like rocks.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her, Both of you could need some action.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
Uh-huh. Wow. No. Is that your boat?
Sure is. The Sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
Is that enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her. This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Never thought the Huh, interesting. Oh, interesting. What have you found? I never thought the sea brought in anything particularly interesting. Walking on the beach sounds quite romantic. Alright, I think I get it. Let me ask you something else. I never thought the sea brought in anything particularly interesting.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once.
Jesus.
Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
She looks at the beach.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
I need to know about those human bodies. A mine? The RCM could use a mine. Where is it? Drugs? I need info on this. Major narc. This place looks bad. Why don't you leave? Okay. Enough about this place. I mean, what the fuck would they know about the human bodies, honestly? Like, legit. A body washes up on shore. Okay. The fuck do you want them to do about it? Like, not only are you gonna get... Not only would they probably not get anything useful out of it, because they're probably, like, bloated as shit by the time they actually get back to the shore. But, like... In some cases, they're probably, like, picked clean already by fucking birds and shit, so... This place looks bad. Why don't you leave? Fuck it, we'll ask about the bodies. I don't want to ask about the mine. This is weird. And this is no information, so...
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer.
Yeah.
I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch.
Yeah, maybe stay clear of the things reminding her of the floater she used to be married to. Just saying.
Thanks, suggestion. I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
She tilts her head ever so slightly. I'm looking for missing cryptozoologists.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
She frowns, thinking. People who look for imaginary animals. People who look for animals who are hard to find. People who look for animals mainstream scientists deny exist. I don't know if that's leaning into an anti-intellectual thing there, am I? Because, like, the emphasis could be, like, oh, you know, the way they would phrase it, but also could just be Harry talking, so... People who look for imaginary animals.
Aha! Like snowmen.
Snowmen? I haven't heard about those.
Two odd guys have been wandering around here. Nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
Wait, the like?
Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
Oh, you're getting it. And it is gorgeous.
Where did they go?
I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
She points north. That's it. I'm not looking for anyone else right now.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
I think I'm good. Boat is floating freely in the water, unmoored. Okay, I guess we head further up this way to see if we can find this person. Book, a primer for small kids. What? Excuse me? A textbook for the first grade in primary school. On the cover, a humanoid teddy bear is pushing a wheelbarrow full of letters. He's not doing a good job. The letter S is dangerously dangling from the cart, while E fell off a long time ago. Children should pay more attention.
You hold in your hand the colorful primer. The title reads, A Primer for Small Kids. There's a bear involved.
Flip through the pages.
Every page has one word designating one letter of the alphabet, with a faded illustration. Most of them are scientific and cultural principles. It goes as follows. Of course,
No time right now.
obviously, you already know all this. It's the alphabet. Who doesn't know the alphabet?
Harry begins sweating as he looks at the book, like, oh yeah, definitely not me. I definitely understand the alphabet. I think we did come up here before at some point. What? That's a Noland Vinct Sync, an unsuccessful model. Whoop. Okay. I don't actually know what it was referring to there. The beams are splintered, the bridge didn't collapse. I didn't see the rest of it. Fuck. Whoop. The water runs from the west. The source is upstream. A broken pipe? Oh, hold up. Bars cover these long, dusty windows. God, I really wish I had a map.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
A blonde man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
How do you know Kim's name?
Nice to meet you.
Lieutenant nods. Hold on, hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He says as if it's self-evident. Wait, what was that about the windows before?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
He rests his hand on the boy's shoulder. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to his worm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
Worms, sorry.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
He points to the building again.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
He used to be a cop or something?
Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
What's so fascinating about an empty old building? You look like someone who has money. Do you have any money?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raises his hand to his eyes, springtime sun warming his handsome face. All four of you turn to admire the mural before you.
What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Look at the building looming over you.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
He adjusts his suit jacket.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here.
He grins. What was that ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
A tape computer?
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced. What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
He pauses, pointing to the other building, then continues.
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You're saying that Feld Electrical built this boardwalk? What happened to the engineers, the company? Or the company people? What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers? Yeah.
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
The lieutenant looks wistfully at the horizon, as if picturing gondolas rising to the sky.
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
What happened to the engineers, the company people?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
He smiles again, as if he's somehow personally responsible for this bleak turn of events.
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Right. Tape computers, right.
Tape computers.
All right, little Mikhail, let me tell you about the proletariat. Listen, I know I literally have big communism builder in my thoughts right now, but like I'm not going to traumatize a child with that. That's a bit much. Especially right in front of his father. What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
He says while his son looks up, idly chewing on the corner of his worm-themed coloring book. What was that?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans le Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
He looks at his son, who starts giggling, his face hidden behind the book.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
How do those tape computers work? Do they work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
He raises his finger, remembering something.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Jews joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Okay, the Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, Paul Ockerman, what are you talking about?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
You're making this up. Kim, is he making this up?
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
He clears his throat.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Cool. Pfft, I've seen cooler things than that. The RCM should get some of those.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07.
Wait, the Feld playback experiment?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld playback experience, but those are incorrect.
Why did the revolutionaries destroy it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
He takes a step back. The boardwalk creaks mournfully in the wind.
But of course, what else?
I think that's it.
Thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain. If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Another power box. It changes... Or it charges nothing now. It's empty. I didn't actually have a look at this.
You see, a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Looks like tomorrow never came.
Lieutenant raises the collar of his bomber jacket. What is this? It's Wednesday evening and something heinously exciting is underway. People have gathered beneath the billowing roof of an oddly shaped trophy building, sipping wine and exchanging opinions. 29-year-old Wunder twins, Guy and Keith Joost, are the stars of the show, with their bomber jackets and white sneakers, head curators of this art exhibition. It's the Wompty-Dom-de-Dommiest even event of the year, and all the cool kids have RSVP'd. Where are you if you are not there? Alright. Fence blocks the path away from here. I found them. I fucking found them. Okay, I have... so, just as a brief aside, I have a very specific question for anyone who has played this game. Should I have acquired a map by now? I'm actually starting to get a little disoriented in this area specifically because it's so big. And, like, I can kind of keep it together, but it's been a little tough to keep it going. Or, like, to at least, like, keep a handle on, like, my orientation and stuff. Because I would prefer to have a map. This section of the coast hasn't been used in decades. Tiny cages, carefully constructed. I'm just gonna step on this cage here.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Crypto-fascist, huh? Is that fucking right?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
You must be Morel, the cryptozoologist?
To what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
You don't seem too happy to see the RCM.
Oh no, it's all right. I'm just busy. What's this about?
Oh god, I don't want to be sold an NFT. Yeah, right. Lena sent me. She's been really worried about you and is waiting for you to get back.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez from Jamrock. The labyrinth of streets underneath it makes it difficult to pass, not like walking over a nice water lock.
New fighting game character idea. Oh no. Yeah, that was me. I broke the water lock with my motor carriage. But it's fixed now. You can go back. Withhold the whole story. Yeah, I'm not telling him that. Water lock's been fixed. It was fine when I crossed it.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
He fastens a bit of netting that has come loose in the wind.
For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
How did you become a cryptozoologist?
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up, if you prod a little.
So you're living your childhood dream out here? Why not just be a zoologist? Real animals are puzzling too.
It's not child's play. Just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often.
His eyes narrow. Have you ever discovered a cryptid?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
So how many cryptids have been found?
Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemney, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes.
Okay, that's actually kind of fungible mix-up. Oh my god, newest girl, shut up. That's actually... I would have expected it to be a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for here? A lot more... biased, that's the word. A lot more biased to the non-hoaxes, but seems like they might actually, like, take it seriously to some degree.
2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
Only 2 have proven to be real?
Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
2 out of 4,000 is not even 1%. I don't even know what to say. That's a small number of discoveries.
Do you know what the success rate in pharmacological research is? 0.00003% of bioreactive agents have reproducibly beneficial effects. Yet science persists in the search for medicine, as we persist in our search for new species.
Now, to be fair, that's a fair point.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Why not just be a zoologist?
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
Cryptozoology does seem like a lot of wishful thinking. Honestly, being a cryptozoologist trumps most of the garbage I've seen people do. I don't. It's a profession just like any other. It does seem like a lot of wishful thinking.
My methods are the same as those of other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence, and I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
Now, so this is a really interesting conversation because we're talking to this guy and, like, at least on the surface, he's actually being, like, pretty reasonable. It's like, hey, like, we're not, like, you know, conspiracy theorists or anything like that. Like, we're legitimately trying to prove whether or not some of these are real. Like, most of the stuff we find are hoaxes. And that's fine because, you know, that's our job. So it is really interesting to have, like, that, like, very clear, understandable, and even, like, not sympathetic's not the right word, but, like, appreciation for that. This is actually something that that is probably good to look into, to, like, if only to prove things are hoaxes, or maybe, you know, discovered, like, long, or, like, the last couple of animals of a nearly extinct species, like he pointed out. Which is fine on the surface, but in a lot of cases, that kind of stuff is the justification for the actual crazy bullshit. And considering we have a named crypto-fascist working with this guy, he, like, if I had to guess, he's probably the one that's, like, legit, like, no, this is a good permission, blah, 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 and whereas fucking the other dude is like, yeah, and the government's trying to cover it all up. Or something along those lines, anyway. Has anything truly surprising ever happened to you?
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying.
Oh, that was completely rewritten.
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
What kinds of evidence do you use?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
You think other scientists don't listen to ordinary people enough?
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot, and both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places.
And there it is. Thanks for explaining that. Now about something else.
Yes?
Lena seems pretty eager for you to return.
And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
He looks south, where Lena would be.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not.
He yells in
I won't
response.
let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Is that Gary here? Because that portrait does not... Come on, you're doing this for yourself, not her.
I'm doing this for science, and so is she.
I didn't know the phasmid was so important to Lena.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
Really? She sighted the phasmid?
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Oh no. He coughs, then continues.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmid.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Another cough into his fist this time. Maybe you could go back to the whirling, warm up, come back to check the traps later?
No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this.
What if we check the traps for you?
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
He looks at you with obvious surprise. Cryptozoology and detective work are very similar. Chaos is my method, and I am its scion. I'm all in with this cryptid shit. I'm hooked. Sounds like a whole side quest. It really does. Cryptozoology and detective work are very similar.
Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research, attention to detail, and, above all, persistence.
Where are these traps?
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there.
He
It's
points
very
south.
near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them...
Hold up. I'm actually going to write this down. South... Peninsula... by the boathouses. Boathouses... Land's End to the northeast. Tower and church. Near the canal.
You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture?
What? Aren't you having fun? The pursuit of knowledge. What? Aren't
Even
you having
relative to examining a weak old corpse, I'm not sure mucking about in the reeds qualifies as fun. But have it your way, detective.
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
This is true. Near the canal in reeds. What do I do if there's a phasmid in one of the traps?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
What if I encounter the phasmid in the wild?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Lay it on me.
Wise choice.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
The lieutenant wrinkles his nose.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
He looks at the lieutenant with disdain, then puts the spray back in his pocket. I'm ready. Let's get to it.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the boiling.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later too. But what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
Yeah, that's a good point. Tell me about this phasmid you're looking for.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
What makes it so difficult to find?
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists, in our present case.
What sorts of specialized techniques?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defenses that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
What have you discovered about it so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So no one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
He holds up an index finger.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
The cryptozoologist says brusquely, enough that even he seems taken aback by it.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
What makes you think the phasmid is here in Martinez?
There was a credible sighting here recently. A pair of teenagers described a creature that matched the Insulindian phasmid to an uncanny degree, despite not knowing what it was themselves.
Oh no.
It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Maybe the Insulindian phasmid has died out?
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
That's pretty clever. Females reproducing without males? A travesty. A crime against passion and common sense. Jesus. Get a rise out of Gary. This arouses no special feelings in me. That's pretty clever.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
I'll get going. So is this really Gary? Because up close
Hello,
he looks...
I'm Gary. Very
Fuck.
generous of you to help us out, officer.
He looks so much older and... Okay, either one of two things is going on. They replaced the photo for some reason, or this is his image of himself.
Yellow man. I mean, officer.
He just said it! Listen, I know he's called the crypto-fascist, but Jesus! Okay.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. Interesting. This is something to ask him about, after a little probing first.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
He quickly changes the subject. Not a lover of the great outdoors.
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Degenerates? This man respects authority too much. To see the truth inscribed upon thine own visage. Pretend thou art a paragon of virtue.
I'm neither of those things, I can assure you. I'm a by-the-books, clean-as-a-whistle officer of the law, not even tempted to touch intoxicants. Drunks and degenerates. Degenerates, that's my crew. Sadly, I think I might be a drunk. Or a degenerate. Maybe even both. Nobody's perfect. I'm sure you've been tempted to drink. See, this is the sad cop. Oh, yeah, I think that's what this is. Hang on. So there's Superstar Cop, which is like, yeah, fuck all. Actually, I don't know. Maybe that's Superstar Cop? And then Apocalypse, and then, yeah. Sadly, I think I might be a drunk. Or a degenerate. Maybe even both.
Dark times will do that to good men.
Is this your mug? Oh, we're gonna do that. Oh my god, we're gonna do that. Oh. You know anything about the man hanged by the whirling in rags?
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about. Great. Great to hear someone's finally taking care of that.
He nods in sincere approval.
So you do know something about it?
No. Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary. But everyone here knows that. I'm just glad to hear you're looking into it. that's all.
He shakes his head emphatically, then corrects his tie.
He didn't kill him or anything, but there's something going on here.
Are you a cryptozoologist too?
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
You were surprised to see my colleague, Lieutenant Kisaragi?
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly.
Yes, what are they doing in that seal of theirs? Scheming? The lieutenant is a native of Revachol.
Oh, yes. Of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections. Let's change the subject, okay?
Sure. Is this your mug?
My mug? Why would you think that?
You said Yellow Man. It's not something many people go around saying. Seemed as if you were calling to it longingly when you cried Yellow Man. I can see you recognize it. It's in your eyes. Oh god, these are all good options. Fuck. You said Yellow Man. That's not something many people go around saying.
Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone.
Still seems suspicious. Did I mention the mug was found at the scene of the lynching?
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry.
Wait,
officer.
hold on a minute. Whoa, hold on. Where the fuck is it? Who put the clothes in the trash? Who else has unauthorized access to the whirling trash? Find this person and you'll know who tampered with the scene. And you're claiming you put something in the trash there? Not even just in the trash in the hostel. He's saying he specifically put it in the trash container.
You're not going to find me, are you?
Am I? What for? Actually, I'm really confused. What would I be finding him for? Is he implying that he shouldn't have put the mug in trash container? Oh god, this one threw me for a loop. I don't understand why I'd be finding him. No, I just want information.
Whew. Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again.
Is that a crime? I mean, I guess the thing is, like, privately owned, but, like... Fuck, like... Yeah, unfortunately, this is... That, like, question there just, like, fucking threw me for a loop. Went completely over my head. Like, I don't know if that's even a findable thing.
I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
How did you get into the trash container?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
What? Why would you need to get into everyone's trash?
So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob.
Fucking slur out of this guy's mouth every time he fucking opens it. So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Oh, fuck me. This guy, like, saw his fucking tattoos and decided to... Oh my god,
I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Oh, okay, so probably pays to get shit. Oh, okay. Right. Gotcha.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows and looks up.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Gary, did you put the clothes of a murder victim, the man who was hanged behind the Whirling in rags, into that trash compactor?
Officer, please. Let me explain.
He
It's
raises...
not like that.
Isn't it? Do?
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Okay, then what happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly.
He changes his mind mid-sentence.
Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
The lieutenant remarks drolly.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before. But where?
You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing.
What's that strange sound?
What sound?
That clinking I just heard when you moved.
Really?
He fans his arms out slowly, and this time his motions are soundless.
There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects, trash. Could be the wind shifting some garbage nearby.
Hold up. What pieces of the armor were missing? Actually... Oh no, I can't look at my items. Fuck. Oh, that's gonna make that hard. We got... It's like the... We're looking for the curious, right?
The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
What's that strange sound?
What sound?
Don't mess with me. I think you know what I'm talking about.
I haven't the slightest. There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects, trash. Could be the wind shifting some garbage nearby.
The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned.
Armor?
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing.
Alright, I can't save during conversations, which, yeah, fair enough. Let's move on, for now.
I hope I could help your investigation. In my small way.
Composure. Thank you for your cooperation. Composure. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay. Got better stats for that now. Honestly, I wouldn't mind bumping up composure. It seems like another thing that you use to read people. I've said this before, but I actually kind of like that the, like, in D&D, for example, all of the stuff that lets you kind of, like, get an edge in conversations tends to be, like, charisma-based. Some, like, wisdom here and there, but, like, it can be, like, especially on the physical side, when you have, like, strength and things like that, it's often you completely abandon it, right? And even for, like, Dex, you don't really get the opportunities to kind of use it in that way. I really like that there are different ways in which you can read people. Drama, basically, examining, or, like, obviously the intellect ones have a lot of them, but, like, composure for motorics, half-light, and shivers for physique is, like, having some aspect of that makes sense for those stats is, like, really cool.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched.
So there's a lack of magnesium in me?
Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
I need to mag it up, so I need to mag it sideways?
You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium.
What the fuck? You're saying I need to become a magnesium-based life form?
Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
Uh-huh. Is that right? Alright, +2 composure. Okay. Let's talk to him
Always
again.
a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
You really cannot help yourself, can you? Like, at all. Get discovered, bitch.
That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath.
Something worn underneath it?
Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
So you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear?
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once.
He unbuttons the shirt.
I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
You see gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates cover his gaunt torso.
We're not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth. This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
The lieutenant's tone is icy. Why did you lie to me, Gary? Why did you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
He looks at his feet.
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here.
There it is. Really can't help yourself. You know, you're not much of a crypto-fascist when you just kind of knee-jerk respond in an incredibly racist way at the drop of a hat.
Only the cuirass was left.
Cuirass.
So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
His lips start quivering.
We're detecting sincere contrition here, sire. He's not trying to flatter anyone.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
The lieutenant jots something down in his notebook.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
He shakes his head.
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It's difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions.
That is because Kim has the composure of a comparison that makes Kim look really cool. I actually don't have anything for that. Why did you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But...
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
He doesn't muster up the strength to yell. Do you know who killed the hanged man?
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses lynched him because of the strike. But almost everyone in town knows that. I wish I could tell you more.
He shakes his head.
This is all he knows.
Give me that armor. Now.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat.
Are we done here, Gary?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
He looks around, relieved of some burden, his mouth still quivering. Thank you for your cooperation. Eventually. +1 to pain threshold, +1 to volition, -1 to empathy. Interesting. Wait, that increases my morale. Huh. Cool. Inland Empire, empathy and logic. Where the... I should have been paying attention to what the hell I replaced. I think I was usually wearing that. And I traded the shoes around. Is there a way... I wish there was a way to just sort your inventory by, like, type of item, so I can see all the shoes next to each other and shit like that. Right, perception. Do I want that more than... kind of... either or, I guess. Does that give me a... Oh, no, I'm still a few off. That must have added up the experience we just got incorrectly. I'm gonna take a break real quick here, because it's been like an hour and a half. Yeah, cool. Not every day you run into a person who just doles out a slur every time he sees a person of color. Still can't fucking believe that. Holy shit. Yeah. So, video game? Video game. Oh, there you are. Okay, that was strange. Oh god. Harry's like clipping into the ground, sort of. Well, not clipping into the ground, he's like hovering up and... Is that his animation that's just like making him bob up and down? I don't know. Hang on. Maybe it's just a train. That's weird. Yeah. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so armor acquired. Now, shut up. God, you are the worst, buddy. The buoy bobs in the water. The number on it says 11.
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
Wait, I can't see anything interesting.
You don't have a reason to. Yet.
What is this about?
Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old buoy bobbing in the water. Time to go.
Okay. These heavy military blockades are riddled with bullet holes, crumbling. Oh. It's almost impossible to get a fire going this near to the ocean. Money. Fuck yeah. Right. So we're gonna go look at some traps. At least see if we can find them. Oh, there's one. I'll just clip through it first.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring.
Look around.
Behind you, the ruins of a residential building loom over the reeds. They whisper amongst themselves. Confidentially, snowflakes cling to their shivering stems.
Reach for the trap.
Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
The lieutenant grins mirthlessly. Damn. No need to grin. I'm not expecting to find anything. Helping some citizens and getting some fresh air. It'll be in the next one, surely. Say nothing, just put the trap down. Damn, I was hoping it would be the first one.
I meant no offense, just...
Lieutenant doesn't know how to finish the sentence. He looks at you, putting the trap back on the ground. No, you don't need to apologize to us, girl. It's all good. Money. Ancient paint is peeling off the roof of this shaded bench covered in rust.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
No, I think I know what that is. Do I have any visual calculus that I haven't already equipped? Oh. Oh, shit. Alright. I'll take that.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them. 12 at least. Their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. Snowflakes fall on the wooden planks and the surrounding sand dunes, covering the land with the white of innocence. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
What is this?
The abundance of bullet holes leads to 2 options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed.
Look at the people against the wall.
A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them.
Who were they?
Comrades, the forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world.
Look at the line of soldiers.
7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air, the lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
Kim, who was who in this execution?
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution.
Yeah, at first the lieutenant doesn't say a word. He just stares at the wall.
Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Veld?
What if it was the Feld personnel when their assets were being seized by the revolutionaries?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
What about people from the coalition, the so-called moralists?
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
The sign says Entrée interdite. Interdit? An old ticket taker booth, no longer in operation. God, this game is like... This game's setting is very... The door is not only barred shut, it is inaccessible. Is a lot, I guess I would say. Faln Peepo Peepo. +2 to logic, eh? Interesting. Oh, can't get around from that side. Fair enough. Right. What were the other... So there's one south by the boathouse. Cool. Lands into the northeast and then basically the entrance to the entire area. Right. Did I ever, Did I find where where all this water's coming from? Looks like it disappeared behind... Yeah. Like it's coming out from somewhere around here, I think? I don't see any other sources around. Oh, they're gone.
This is the trap Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. But...
Look around.
The reeds by the abandoned campsite hiss and shake.
Reach for the trap.
This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
Lieutenant takes a note. More out of habit than duty. Let's keep going. The next one is a lucky one. How are you enjoying the cardio, Lieutenant? I'm quite enjoying it myself. Again, I want to make it absolutely clear that I don't really believe the Phasmid exists, okay? Yeah,
Neither does the lieutenant. He just raises his collar. It's cold out, as always.
Oh, right, I got the thing. Ultimate peak focus. Eyes on the road. Ah, yes, eyes on the road. -1 empathy. Ugh. I mean, true, but... concerning. Oh.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
Try to see inside.
Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase. There's rust and corrosion on the bars. They're foaming with it. And a small layer of white salt from the sea.
Lieutenant, can you make out what's inside?
No. I won't even try. You know,
He takes his glasses off.
I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Fair.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk.
Can you still shoot, though?
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I pass my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
As long as you're not, Wait, what? I can see the staircase in there. Interesting. Can you actually get into this building? That makes me think you can get in, but... I guess I didn't have a look at these earlier, I don't think. No. There's a radio tower. Oh no, that's not a radio tower, that's something else. Buzz hum. The electricity flows through the wires with audible power. Someone must have worked hard to smash the plastic dome.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change.
Pick up the handset. Who would I even be able to call?
You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
Dial a random number. Okay. We'll leave that for now. Good to know, though. What's this? A dead phone. A smashed receiver. Like someone hung up too hard. Oh, yeah. Wait. Where was this in comparison to the church? Between the radio tower and the church. Oh, fuck. I can't actually remember which one came before the other. I should have written that down. Oh. Damn. I'll take that. Hell is this?
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
What is this thing anyway?
It's military. A service depot of some sort.
Use the service what?
The washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
What can I get my interfacing up to? Because I know you've got that. Huh. Okay, I mean, I can get a +2, but I don't think that's
An
gonna...
old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
Might as well give it a shot.
You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. It does not budge. Not only is it locked, it's also jammed shut.
Huh. Door's shut tight. How can we get in there?
We don't get in there.
What do you mean? We get into, like, everywhere.
Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you can't get in through every single door.
No. We've gotten into every door thus far. That's what we do. We open doors. We're cops. That's our perk. Even Everard knew that's a part of our MO.
Okay, I can live with this.
What else is there to do? Not accepting isn't gonna bring the fire brigade in.
He looks at the door with a rueful smile.
Relax, he thinks. There's no one in there. If we can't open it, neither can anyone else.
That's a fair point. These rusty gears used to turn the whole machine. The building before you housed the engine. Must have been a big one. Chain trails off into the ocean, to who knows where. This barrel has been recently discarded. It smells of fuel oil. Oh, there it is.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist.
Look around.
The reeds shake sadly in the coastal breeze, weighed down by rain. They seem to be waiting for something.
Reach for the trap.
Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we are done.
His face is red from the cold sea air. He crouches to catch his breath. One more time. I must stress that I did not expect a cryptozoological monstrosity to be in this trap. You getting tired?
No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
He's short-winded. The sentence ends there. You have been running around everywhere, Harry. Cigarette butts, cleaned away under a rock. Brand Mutiri? Take a mental note. Mutiri. Seems important somehow. Yeah, someone's been up here. Someone's made a campfire here a long time ago. A rusted, broken control box for the radio tower relay. This ladder is too rusty to climb. The sea air has eaten away at it. Oh. Scented scarf. -2 to physical instrument. Jesus. Tiny inlets there, off in the far distance, where the post trailed toward. The fuck was that? Okay. The light springtime scarf smells like men's cologne mixed with cheap laundry detergent. Someone must have left it behind, probably from a date. Wear it if you want to delude yourself that spring has arrived. Springtime cold. -2 to physical instrument. Allergies. Gain allergies by equipping this item. Check the trap near the canal you crossed. And then probably something... Yep. Put clothes in the trash. Cool. Well, our list of things to do is actually getting surprisingly small now, so... Did I not already complete this? I feel like I already completed that. Honk. White polo shirt. I still have a... Oh, I've got a couple of skill points to use. I am going to put one in composure. do like that map. Renee. Did we look up there already? Oh no, we haven't been up here before. Although we almost came across this place, because I remember going through, like, examining the church earlier. Or last time I was streaming this. What is that?
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad.
Take a closer look.
It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
Why not?
It's a guano-encrusted jacket, and you're already carrying around enough as it is.
Sure. That's an interactable?
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
Man, how did this jacket get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it? Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even try. Seriously.
Okay.
Good choice. The less you think about the jacket, the better.
Sure. I'll do that another time then. Right. So. Look in here. Ooh. Encyclopedia. Why is that window over in the bottom? Weird. Vagrants have recently painted the tarp red. Water drips from it. A coin-operated weighing machine hasn't been used for a decade. Makeshift roof. Vagrants have tried to make the boardwalk more habitable. That tarp will keep out neither rain, nor snow, nor wind. Actually, hold on. Can I, my tools, do either of these allow me to attempt to open this? Oh. Oh, so that's what that... Oh, because I didn't have the, I didn't have the things equipped, so I couldn't use it. Oh, fuck. I've been missing out on a lot of those, I think. Shit. I gotta remember that. Oh god, which one of those was the one that worked? Gotta keep the tear bag open so I can collect bottles. Actually, hold on. Probably easier if I just do this. Oh, you can walk over there. Oh. I really thought that was, like, impassable. Uh-oh. Why is there a person over there? The big wine canister. It's open and empty.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
Hold on. That is... what is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. It is death. It must be.
Heads up, Lieutenant. Something's not right here.
The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Oh no, is that a corpse? Yeah. Yeah, that looks like a corpse. Careful there, these floorboards look rotten and weak. Excuse me, sir, I'm
There's
just
some
gonna...
tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Examine the tear. 2
empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. they seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
The lieutenant looks in the can, eyes watering from the smell.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content.
Oof.
You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
Oh boy.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on.
The lieutenant squats next to the corpse and examines his face. 2 bulging eyes stare back at him, void of any signs of life.
Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
He stands up and shivers as a gust of wind blows through his bomber jacket.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself. Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
Study the man's clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom-made.
Search his pockets.
You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Study the man himself.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole.
Oh my god. Did he, like, stumble along the pier and, like, a board gave through and he cracked his head?
A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark.
Examine his face.
His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all.
Study the surroundings.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Examine the man's head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
No, just the one at the back of his head.
Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Examine the bottle.
A .75-liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us.
He looks at the 2 other bottles near the coin-operated viewer, then at your yellow plastic bag.
I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels disrespectful.
Examine the chewing gum wrapper.
Rybowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall.
Look in.
The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too. Confirmed. Nearly the whole pack is there. Solidified on his lower rear teeth.
The whole pack? What?
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
The lieutenant shudders from the cold.
In a ditch, Off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. Then he shakes his head to make the memory stop.
Step on the floorboards.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Let's have a look at that library card. A library card found from a pocket of the dead man on the Martinez boardwalk. It's slightly damp to the touch. The cover bears the stamp of Jamrock Public Library.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member.
Look inside.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinting Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Look at the backside.
If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
We should first decide what to do with the body before taking any other actions. Let's take another look at the body and talk things through.
Agreed.
A man lies on the board.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here.
He looks south, the way you came.
But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
This is an omen, a sign from above. Don't start drinking again.
Looks like me. Could have ended up just like him. Dead on some empty boardwalk with a bottle next to my corpse. Looks like just another old drunkard to me. I think labeling him as an alcoholic is a bit premature. We don't know anything yet.
Well, at least you're not married.
Lieutenant points at the ring on the man's left hand. Flesh around it swollen and grey.
Or, what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged man found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What do you think happened here?
Death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
Do you think he was drunk?
Oh, yes.
What about alcohol poisoning and liver failure?
Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Someone should be held responsible for this broken boardwalk. It's dangerous.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean.
He smiles sourly. Right.
It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
Hold on, what about field autopsy? We found him, we should finish this. Let's leave this case for the station. I don't want to spend time on it. Still need some time to decide how I want to resolve this case.
Uh,
Fuck it. I'm down for more adventures.
All right. We've already examined the library card.
Yeah.
Let's call the Jamrock Library from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about this Billy Méjean. And while we're there, we should also call the station. Let them know that we are taking the case.
Sounds good. Dead body on the boardwalk. Another dead body, this time on the Martinez boardwalk on the coast. Search a man's remains and follow the leads to see if you can verify his identity. Call Jamrock Public Library for information on the library card's owner. Call the station about the dead body. The only thing I think we haven't done that we should do here is get the fake signatures. This coin-operated viewer has been out of order for years. And I think the suggestion the game gave me was getting the drunks to sign it, if I remember correctly. Because I think if I remember correctly, I can... Whoa, hold on. Inside you hear the cozy sound of some kind of heater sputtering.
The old woman still hums her unknown song. She opens her eyes to acknowledge your presence. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
Oh, actually, hold on. Should save before I do this, because I don't actually want to sign off on this, but I'm wondering if, like, these people would actually say something about, like, what's going on with that.
Policeman, what can our village do for you?
I was asked to get your signature.
Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all the scribble. Tell me what it says.
Everett wants to turn part of the village into a little youth center.
Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. The part we need to get out of our houses. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board.
She hands the envelope back. I found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you wash it for me?
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
I think I can busy myself enough to do that.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Lieutenant says, rubbing his thigh. Oh, I get... Oh, but we... Oh, fuck. No, not right now.
Suit yourself. Patience obviously isn't your strong suit.
I mean, I've spent most of the day here, ma'am. I already waited around for the unfortunate realization that I drove my car into the sea, so... I'm gonna take a magnesium real quick, too. Just to keep myself topped up.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Yeah, I want your opinion on this.
Are you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What exactly is the Union building?
Everett's planning to turn some of the village into a youth center.
What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that...
Her voice trails off.
She sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
Thought what exactly?
That Everard and the Union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess Union members have children too.
And those members have a vote when electing the head of the local chapter.
Second thought, don't sign the papers.
Aye, if you say so. Probably better that way. I mean, who likes construction noise?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna... I'm probably just gonna tell Everard to shove it. Honestly. Oh. Thing. Please run. Oh, god damn it. Okay, which one of you could I actually get to sign the thing?
Tequila Sunset.
He nods in appreciation. Could you show your pals this document?
What's it about? I'll let my hand address the situation.
He waves his hand apathetically.
Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen, the pro's gonna do it.
Yes, I have this green ape one.
All right.
He grabs a pen and paper and carefully scribbles on the dotted line next to... I'm sorry, what? Next to Lillian's signature? Hold up. Hold up. I don't think I did that. That might... I hope that's just a typo of some kind. Because I don't think I actually did that. Or at least from the conversation we had, I wouldn't have presumed that I did that, but... Oh, for fuck's sake. So, in this save file, or this was before I started talking to the old woman and Lillian, so...
Tequila Sunset.
Yep.
What's it about? Maybe you've heard.
Yes.
All right.
Next to Lillian's signature. Oh, and like, I don't know if, like, what it's trying to imply here, that he's writing it in place of, Lillian, but, I need at least 2 signatures on the document.
Hey, Abs. Hey, Abs.
Oh my god, really?
Don't you? You cool, Abigail?
The man looks around confused.
I need you to sign this document right here. It's important.
Don't call her.
His trembling hand catches the paperwork. He lays it out on his knee and starts writing slowly. The handwriting is almost illegible due to his shaky hands.
Don't call Abiquao. Great job, Abs. Nailed it.
His friend grabs the document and admires it. He hands it back to you. Can I have that pen back too?
Don't know if I've mentioned it, but I used to be a businessman. And as a businessman, I am going to keep the pen. For my trouble.
He nods confidently.
No, that was my favorite thing of all the things you have. My favorite is the gun he lost.
Okay, first off, hand-eye coordination, fuck you. Second of all, god damn it, I just lost the fucking pen that Lena gave to me. Ugh. Thanks.
No problem. Now, where did I put that,
Fucking hard work done for the day, man.
Don't call Abigail.
He snorts and takes a swig from his bottle. The bottle is empty.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
Mailbox, plaza. Got it. Alright. We're pretty much done here then. I'll come back another time to get the jacket washed, I think. I'm not really, like, super, enthusiastic to get it at the moment, but... Wow, I did that through the wall. That's impressive. 2 signatures for Everett. Put the envelope in the mailbox in the plaza. Yeah, and then we've got the tapes to listen to, which we should probably do at some point. Aha.
It takes you a moment, but finally, you spot the last of Morel's traps.
Hang on. Ahead, decades-old concrete defenses. Children play on them now.
It takes you a moment, The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. Some tufts have been crushed. The broken stalks seem like a rebuke. The sound of the city hums in the east.
Reach for the trap.
The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here.
Look closer.
No locust. No phasmid either. But still.
Look closer still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy. Messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Do you get the feeling that someone or something may have messed with the trap? But what if it was the phasmid? What if it ate them and got out? Yeah, it probably wasn't the phasmid, but still, Morel needs to know. You're right, but I still need to tell the cryptozoologist about this. You're right, this crypto research has been stupid. Do you get the feeling that someone or something may have messed with the trap?
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not.
Yeah, fair. You're right, but I still need to tell the cryptozoologist about this.
Okay. But after that, we get back to our own assignments. There really is no explanation for this detour right now. None. None whatsoever.
Come on, Kim. It's just my unusual investigation method at work, obviously. Doesn't look like I can go into there. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, that's... yeah, right. Alright, I think we're good then. Cool, so we've got a few things we need to do. The first is to call, what's her name? Or check in on the armor
Inside,
stuff.
you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Did you find out more?
Still no word, I'm afraid,
Okay.
sir. I know it must be frustrating. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Connect me to Jamrock Public Library.
Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
A male librarian answers the call.
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
I'm looking for any information that you can provide on a Billy Majon, a reader.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
He puts down the receiver. Oh. Oh, God.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Yes, home address is fine.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments, it says. That's all.
Oh.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Do you have any other information on Billy Majon?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
Do you know someone who was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Majon? They returned a Tybalt book the other day.
You hear someone answer from afar.
Maurice, what? A woman yells. Then, yes, okay. If it was the police, she starts explaining something.
Ooh, damn, I managed to catch that.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Good. You have a name now.
Do you know the husband's name?
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Okay, so Billy Majon is a woman, not a man. How did your colleague know that it was her husband?
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
And then, goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
Can Marie describe to me what the husband looked like?
Marie! She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
What was he wearing?
1 second.
The librarian turns away from the phone again and relays the question.
Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
Thank you, that's all from me. I have no other questions.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
The librarian hangs up and the call gets redirected back to the station with a soft click.
Anything else you need from me?
Yeah, I'm done with radio for now.
57, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a...
Alright, maybe we have to talk to Kim now? Oh, actually... No, because I know that... Well, I now have an address that is within our vicinity, so I can go, like, look at that a bit more. And that's going to line up with the smoker on the balcony, so that's actually pretty good. Hell yeah. Now, if I remember correctly... Someone mentioned something about a book while we were over on the coast, but I don't remember what that had to do with anything. But, fuck, I mean, I haven't even actually explored this place, so maybe I should... Maybe I should actually... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Looks like Gio... Is it Guillaume? I forget how to pronounce that. Whatever.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Oh, okay, that's probably why.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
Oh. How does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Does the book say anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder, preservatives, to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Find something truly otherworldly.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pearl.
Okay, what's this book about?
The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pearl, also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik, or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pearl.
Sounds painful.
It is supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation.
What else?
It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pearl. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pearl and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired.
And what does this pale-aged liquor do?
Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health. That seems improbable.
It's Probably get my hands on that. How is that possible?
Is it any more improbable than anything else that human beings put their faith in?
Fair enough. What else is there?
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the Pale. Though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need. Anthroponetic nudism? That's insane. That's beyond dangerous.
Huh. Anything else of note?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
Well, I certainly don't need that. I probably need that. Harry probably needs that.
Excuse me, sir. I believe you've been perusing that particular volume long enough. If you'd like to continue reading, I must insist you buy it.
Fair enough.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
Look at the map of Insulinde.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another, far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme.
What else?
Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands. All just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou, in a bookstore. It's you.
Squint first. Can you see cities on the islands?
You can. On Caillou, Revachol, a single black star. On Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu. On Archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers. On Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas. Lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce,
Jesus.
Torn apart by history.
Look at the edges.
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Muindi is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. 850 million people live on these tiny dots. An oceanic world of culture and commerce, torn apart by history.
Look at the map of Martinez.
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East.
And west of the river?
Hudon. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Bad. Then Coal City. It's the worst.
Sorry, I just realized I didn't have, like, mod view or anything open. Which is, a thing. There we go. And Martinez?
It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive.
Stop, keep. Can I buy these maps?
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them.
Fair.
They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
You seem to underestimate my resources, but sure, okay. Why is the one in Martinez so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
Right.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
What happened then?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Angry storekeeper stare down? When did I get that, I wonder? No, I'll just buy it.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Sure is. Does that mean I finally have a fucking map? Hey, there we go. Nice. Why is Tommy highlighted? Oh, right. Oh, cool. I see. So basically shows me where on the... What the fuck? Hello? What? What is going on? Okay, that was weird. Net picker, church doors, church doors. I guess I could give that another shot if I really wanted to. Bird's Nest, Roy, watered door. Wait, watered door? Where is that? Is that just a giant cube? What? Interesting. Alright. Well, at least we have that now.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
Yeah, I'll give that a look another time if I care about it. What's on here?
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. A couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books. Thrilling tales of spycraft and daring do.
Let's have a look through this one.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Sure thing.
You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the Murder House. The Final Case of Dick Mullen. An Obvious Lie. Dick Mullen in the Clock Tower. The Ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's funeral pyre. The murder of Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen dies?
Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Are there any more?
Yes. There's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. Come on. This is not the way real police solve crimes. The real police are some 20 kilometers away, sitting in an armored motor carriage.
Come on, Chester. Tell the story again.
A bald man turns toward a lean man and pats him on the back.
Again? Man, I tell that one at least once a month. It's not that interesting.
The fuck it is. And these guys haven't heard it. You see, Chester here...
Oh, that didn't get read. He pokes his finger at the lean man. Chester faked his own death once.
Gosh, why?
One civilian looks on amazed. The bald man bellows a reply.
A very fucking dangerous case, ain't that right, Chester? They almost got you that time.
Yeah, sure came close. Alright, so I was tailing this guy called Francis the Shoe.
The inside of the motor carriage is thick with cigarette smoke. Outside, it starts to rain.
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Okay, reaction speed, let's go.
Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems very close by, pulsating just out of reach.
Heck. No. Alright, well, we got a map at least, so that's good. I thought we'd run into, like, cryptozoology stuff here. I think that was the reason I got prompted.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes.
Oh, yeah, we've already looked through that. Okay. So, I think our next thing to do would be... I can drop off the tear, I can talk to Lena. Do I still have to intimidate what's-his-name? Can't actually remember. They're still there. Oh, and they've actually returned, which is nice.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner.
Trace a map through the grid.
Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Cypar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North.
Missed it.
Finally, coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Oh yeah? Why is that, newest girl? You've been playing it, or...? Actually, I can check here if I have a... Yeah, I still do have a check with him. What can I get my authority up to? Let's have a quick look. It's purple. Authority's purple, isn't it? Yeah. Got a lot of minus to authority. Oh. +2. Yeah, that's all I can really get. Because I've been getting bullied, but now I am the bully. Ah. Yeah, but that ain't fighting games.
The man ponders his cooking. He looks up at you. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Right. Yeah, you didn't know either. Surely I could, like, find some way around the side of the building to do that, but... Hey, Lena.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
I was just on my way while I was working the case.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie. Mexican origin. The pin is an antique. Quite special.
She hands you a thin ribbon held together by a silver bird skull.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Sick.
You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
I mean, I could do that if I wanted to waste some time. You never told me you've seen the phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
Measuring things is important. How did she get the size?
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
I appreciate you, Kim.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
God, this is absolutely the best time to be solving this particular quest line, because the fucking... Our fucking captain is right there watching me talk to 2 people about cryptids when I'm meant to be working a case. Amazing. Wait, where was this in Halwold, were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5 and a half in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Not the billowy haze of infanthood. Betancourt got bombed in the war. It used to be quite near, circa 20 kilometers from here.
What happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
So that's how they met. This is beyond significant for them.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
He looks at her with admiration, forgetting a wide smile on his face. You were on a date?
Our first, yes.
Your woman looks at her husband tenderly.
The glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express, even to him. Interesting.
Its limbs are white?
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
What if it is the case?
Thank you for sharing this with me.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own. Into the mud. Anywhere.
That's all for now. Hey, so the traps?
I couldn't possibly shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has, but I am grateful for your assistance, officer.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
So I checked all the traps.
Good. Okay. And?
And one of them was empty.
Completely empty?
Yes, there was nothing in the trap. No locusts, no phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
He rubs his chin.
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
Of course, more clever.
The detective whispers to himself.
You're dealing with a subject near and dear to their hearts. It might behove you to tread lightly.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
God, yeah, I really would not want to, like, burst that bubble. Like, it'd be one thing if Morel was kind of, like, leaner on into thinking about all of this shit, which might not be entirely off base. But I genuinely, like, this is the really sad thing. Like, when we were talking to Morel the first time, I definitely got the sense that, like, oh no, this man is, like, you know, only dating or only married his wife because of the whole phasmid thing. That's, yeah, and, like, it's kind of sad that that was the reason he married, and, you know, maybe, like, it's all just empty shit, but, like, even she seems to be into it to some degree. How much of that is, like, her being led on or whatnot is not clear, but, yeah, it's definitely different. Yes, that's exactly what it is. What a deft hunter, this phasmid.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture, mine stands, okay?
He misinterprets your words.
Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window, impatiently.
Develop an alternative theory about the missing locusts.
You have your suspicions, but nothing you can form into a viable explanation.
come on! Fucking 3%. That was the only way it failed, too. God damn. Oh, that sucks. Maybe it was different crypt. Okay, I've been thinking and I'm just not sure that it was the phasmid that took... Here's an idea. Maybe the locusts ate themselves.
Auto-cannibalistic locusts. I appreciate your unconventional thinking, officer. But really, cryptids aren't your area of expertise.
It's okay, dear. Most hypotheses turn out to be false.
That's true. Tell me more about these traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Lena designed the traps?
Yes.
He says with some pride. How do the traps work?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel, and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
Alright, let me ask you something else.
What?
Fuck. Oh, I can't believe I botched the roll on that. That's incredibly frustrating.
Can I help you?
Found a new bird for the whirling. Give him the ruffled grass.
What is this thing?
Romantic. It's no biggie. I just thought it would look nice on the wall. I'm that kind of cop.
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy.
He inspects the bird somewhat suspiciously, then mellows.
I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
The lieutenant nods.
It's not actually about that, but he liked it.
Well, at least he liked it. Alright, time for another break, I think. It's been 3 hours and a little bit, so... Oh God. Ugh. Actually, before we do that... Oh, yeah, okay. Fair enough. Sorry, I was just checking something before I, zipped off. But, yeah, I'm gonna take another break real quick here, and when we come back, I think we're going to have to listen to those tapes that we have. Because, they've been kind of sitting around for a bit, and I feel like it's probably gonna be kind of important to talking to fucking Titus, if I remember correctly, so... yeah, fun. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright. So, let's have a look at our clothes real quick. Eight-eyed Terratorn tie, Inland Empire and Volition. What does this give me? Just, wow, that's just better. Octuple vision. Alright. I need to reorganize this shit somehow, so I'm gonna make an effort to do that. Oops. We're gonna go shirts up top. Oh. And more tie dialogue. Is that, like, is taking it off, like, gonna stop that? I don't actually know if that's how that works. It's been unclear. Then glasses. Then hats. Sure, tie can come in after that. And gloves. Actually, that would be there. Oh, I missed a chest piece. Oh, and of course. Wait, what? Oh. Yep, then we'll go pants. And then shoes. Okay. Just make it a little bit more ordered, because goddamn, it's been hard to keep track of all of this shit. As is. Wait, what happened to the... Oh, did I leave the, what do you call it? Oh, no, is it? Did I leave that cube in the, in the abandoned business building? I must have. No. Alright. Let's go have a look at this tape. Or have a listen to this tape. Oh, I should probably check in with, Clessier here as well.
The compact tape player is still and silent. Seems it has completely broken down now. The machine was made in Revachol by a company called Le Mercier. Their logo depicts the triple-towered Delta skyline. It was supposedly built to last. There's no fixing this one.
This would have been very helpful with the Megamix, but it isn't anymore.
Yeah. Any ideas?
My kinema only comes with radio. Let's try to find a new tape player. Perhaps we should talk to Roy at the pawn shop. He has stuff.
Good point. We can do that. See if Clessier is around. She might only be around at night. Oh no, she is here.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Oh, maybe I should look at the tape before I go and do shit.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Where does this lead to?
I don't know, Lieutenant Yefreiter.
He makes a note.
It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
Yeah. Do you think it's important?
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case. The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
See? The main investigation and the door below are merging into a stereo investigation. I could say something, but I'm not going to because I don't gloat.
I hate it when that happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Push.
It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Sounds like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy.
And I only have one in physical instrument. I'm gonna leave that until I at least have more than a 3% chance to do it. I didn't notice that door before. I would assume, but I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say. Just hit double sixes. Yeah, it's fucking child's play. What are you talking about? I hit Snake Eyes. It is as likely to get Snake Eyes as it is double sixes, so not impossible. Actually, that reminds me. I was going to... What are we wearing right now? Esprit de Corps and Visual Calculus. I probably want Shivers. I'm really high on, Visual Calculus as is. Visual Calculus and Drama. 2 to Encyclopedia. Reaction speed. What are my gloves giving me? 2 interfacing. Make it a bit more different. Electrochemistry, random. Reaction speed. I think this is fine for now. Alright. Let's go talk to the pawnbroker then. But not before I sell my tear. Because I will probably need some fucking money for this. If we're gonna straight up buy one. The Dark Souls of dice rolls. Shut up. Shut the fuck. God damn it. Oh, God. Dead body on the boardwalk. Apartment to deliver the bad news. It's in the apartments in the north. Yellow roses in the window. Those aren't the flowers that were left for... Those aren't the flowers that were left for Classier.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now.
Nice. Oh, actually... Do I have stuff for composure? Yep. 1. No, that's it. I have a solid corner pressure string with Kai now. Nice. Actually, I never talked to this guy, did I? Hold on. Oh. I don't think I ever talked to... What's his name over here? Spider of bullet holes lines the wall. Yeah.
Officer! God damn it. Pull yourself together, René. What do you want?
Do Maybells mean anything to you, Renee? Show him the flower.
I prefer the old name. Insulindian Lily. Girls brought them to young cadets when they entered service. Wearing them on your cap was supposed to bring good luck.
Hold on, is this a royalist military tradition?
It used to be. But the communards were fond of them too. Call them revolutionary flowers. Bells of the revolution.
Did they bring you good luck?
You know what? No. They brought me misery, false hope, and disappointment. The revolutionaries sullied them.
You stirred up some bad memories there.
But it wasn't the revolutionaries that sullied the ID for you, was it? She gave them to me too, and your jealous little heart just couldn't accept it.
Enough! I can go over these matters in detail with you, Gaston, but not while we have company. So, officers.
Maybells don't blossom yet, do they?
The lieutenant quickly asks.
Maybe on some remote parts of the city they do. But I think you'll have to wait for at least a month.
Let's give this a shot.
As Rene turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly.
How many medals are there?
2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
Look at the cross.
A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle. It's the Croix de Bravoure, Cross of Valor. The cross was the highest battlefield decoration in Suzerain's armed forces, awarded for exceptional bravery in the line of duty, in service of King Frizzle I.
Look at the sun.
A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below. The setting sun was a decoration used to distinguish seasoned combat veterans in service of King Frizzle I during the Revolution.
Croix de Bravoure and the setting sun, points to his chest. Did you get them for...
For bravery.
He interjects.
It's a conflicted topic for the old veteran. There must have been a number of controversial episodes in his service days.
For bravery.
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shat themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
Saved a princeling?
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frizzle thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest.
The old carabinier runs his fingers over the large medal.
Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Coron. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
Must have been a bloodbath. A bloodbath? Pretty damn clever indeed.
I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw. Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
He pats his right thigh.
Hang on to the story. Veterans get sentimental after such retellings. This might yield something useful.
Okay, then what did you do?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
The bane of horses.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
That's no dink, that's a fighter. I'd give up. Can't imagine living without my jaw. This would never happen to Johnny Lawjaw. Point to your jaw. My jaw is tight, and I've been through worse. I'd give up. Can't imagine living without my jaw.
He didn't. I hoisted the prick on my back and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jealous freak convinced Frissel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth.
Sounds like you're being modest, Rene.
The old carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drisant. 2 days later that was. And that even whilst crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Quite impressive. It's men like Rene who made Revachol great once. Not impressed. All those heroics are where... All those heroics and where is he now? No, you gotta play to win. Look after you first. Doesn't seem like a good moment to express an opinion. I don't want to risk it. Hold on, you're just a little bit proud of Rene's heroics, aren't you?
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and these kinds of bloody heroics are only impressive to men like Rene himself. Certainly not to me. How did you find the story to be, officer?
This doesn't seem like a good moment to express an opinion.
Bon Dieu. You and Gaston must be related. His blood runs yellow too.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't hand this out for anyone with a service record.
He points to the sun-shaped medal on Rene's chest.
Oh no, you have to get shot. Repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand.
Thanks for the story, Rene.
Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Revacholians. Men with backbone.
Oh, yes, Rene, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please bring those days back, if you can.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
Nah. Nah, I'm good. I don't think I want to go down that fucking path. Magnesium-based life form. Seems to be a lot to unpack there. Yeah, I really didn't get like options I kind of liked there. Because it was very much like, yeah, heroics. That's making a country great is men like him, and the other one was like, yeah, okay. Just like, okay, oof, those are some fucking choices. Have I got 2 points to work with? I do. I'm gonna bump up empathy, I think. Probably made some check come back up, didn't it? Oh my god, this fucking menu. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, I was gonna talk to Gaston.
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
The Reddit app on my phone literally does the same thing. Wait, what? Takes a bite of it.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat arse of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
René, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
Tell me what you know about the dead man.
I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really.
Really? You know absolutely nothing?
No, officers. I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
He means caviar socialists.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that.
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying, but there's something off here.
Sounds a bit like you're holding back.
I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard.
How do you know Everhart?
Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history, only heard about it years later when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea. There he stands, proud, rigid and alone, like a cracking marble statue.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Are you a Union member?
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me.
So you're not an actual member?
Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He tries to make it look like he's a big deal in the Union, and now the illusion is disintegrating before your and Renee's eyes. He doesn't know anything, because no one tells him anything. He's an outsider.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Weservein. Turns to where the wind blows and tries to look important. I hate the socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
What are the little things you do for Evrard?
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say. Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Evrard and I had these long talks where...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I do little things for Evrard myself, nothing wrong with that. I do little things for Evrard too, I feel terrible about it. Let's say on the track here, guys. Nothing wrong with that. I've been lying my ass off to him, so...
That's just the way things work around here. No reason to feel bad about it.
Are you a caviar socialist?
I don't even consider myself a regular socialist. Politics is not really something I involve myself in, officer.
Wait, how can you write those newspaper pieces if you're not political?
Officer, I have a vivid imagination. And like I said, I have a way with words. That's enough. No need to sink into politics.
He just fluffs it up.
Ah.
Of course. Don't sink into anything. Don't sink into any fight. Only sink into your couch.
So you are a Weathervane.
I prefer highly adaptable myself. Has a better ring to hit, don't you think?
Mon Dieu.
The Cabernet closes his eyes like he's never going to open them again. Thanks, that's all for now.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time.
What are the rules of this game?
Oh, the goal is to throw your bull. As close to the cochonnet as you can. That's the cochonnet.
He points to a small wooden ball in the middle of the crater. I think that's all I need to know now.
You'll put that knowledge to good use in 50 years. I'm sure of that, officer.
Actually, I'm probably not going to talk to this guy again unless it's, like, specifically relevant. Maybe I should talk to him
I don't
about
like
that.
where this is going, officer. Don't you think we should do something else now?
Sure. Yeah. Fuck it. Find some other time to do it, Kim. Right. We were heading to... pawn shop.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Fuck it.
Okay, he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. Looking at his wares, talking to him, that might give you more clues. A guarded man like him wouldn't tell you if you asked out loud.
I'm looking for something that plays a tape, for police business.
Yeah, we still have those boom boxes on the shelves.
Right. Do you know anything about the traffic menace on the loose?
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive.
Wait, why don't you drive?
I just don't like it very much. Movement on the road never really gelled well with the movement of my thoughts.
But didn't you hear it when the traffic menace drove over your roof?
Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop, and then moving on.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
Vortex sounds fascinating.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I didn't really know what to make of it, but I know it meant something.
Do you happen to have any guns like the ones carried by officers of the Citizens Militia? Shit, that's actually a good question.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
The what? Oh, that's the gun that shot the fucking... Oh, God. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Oh, fuck me. Fuck, shit. Oh, God.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh, God. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
Was the buyer a policewoman, too?
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the Citizens Militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Yes, Kim. Yep, that appears to be the case.
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
There is only one explanation. She must be one of my rabid fans. Maybe she's a vigilante, wants to prove she can do our jobs better than we can. I don't like it either. What if she intends to commit a crime and blame it on the Citizens Militia? I'm sorry I sold my gun. Yeah, I don't like it either.
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the Force. We have to find her.
Any idea where I can find this buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it right now. You'll just have to hope Everard wasn't lying, and the Union can track her down in time.
Have people from Everard Clare's Union come here to track that gun?
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it.
Fuck.
They went their way. It was a trip, but you know, all sorts of people come here, asking for all sorts of things.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
Lieutenant's eyebrows rise slightly. Yeah. I think, I'm pretty sure I talked about, I'm pretty sure I mentioned it, like, early on. I think it was when I was talking to Everard for the first time. But I was a little convinced that maybe he's holding onto the gun to basically incriminate us. Or like, throw the suspicion of the lynching, or the murder specifically, off of, his workers, basically. And then pin it on us. Which would line up.
People as oleaginous as Everard seem like they're lying, even when they're really being truthful.
Wait, I sold you my gun.
You...
With Kim here too? That just sounded really, really bad.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off-the-charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
I feel like there's something you're not telling me.
You weren't quiet yourself, officer.
What was I like?
You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight, and that you need the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
Very normal behavior. You must have been in great shape.
Thank you, composure. Wait, how much did I sell the gun for?
15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still turn out to be a bad dream. It's not, though. This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there, too. In case you didn't notice.
I'm so sorry you had to see me in that state. We don't have to talk about it any further.
No apologies necessary, officer. Of course.
Okay, bye.
Sure thing.
Thanks for the review.
Sure, man.
Yep. Alright.
The boomboxes wait on the
Okay.
shelves. And your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape reel eyes.
It's only 12 real.
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
Thanks, man. Sorry for threatening to kill myself in your store. Holy fuck. That was a little uncomfortable.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among a
right. Well, I guess we should leave now. Christ. Yeah, that's an oof. That's a fucking oof. Holy shit. Alright. I feel like we're outside enough. What is... Oh. Icon disappeared for some reason. Huh? Oh, there we go. Oh my god, this motherfucker. That's weird. I feel like that's not actually meant to be playing like that, but... Alright. Let's give this a shot.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is rooted behind the magnetic reader.
Play the tape.
You push command set, and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
Ow.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
Lieutenant takes out his notebook. Oh, shit, okay.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens, too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice one. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
A click, then silence. The rest of the tape is empty.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrete on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
What was that at the very end? Silence?
End of recording.
What do you think?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls.
I agree. He also sounded inebriated.
Still.
The lieutenant looks at the tape. You're familiar with this look now. It is a look of suspicion.
There's more going on here than we know.
Who's this Corty?
Corty could be short for Cortenard, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor gates. Mr. Right to Work.
And what's Cohoy?
A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
The South Safre conflict is an ongoing proxy war between Grad and Safre. It has been hot for 12 years, with the atrocities piling on, mostly committed by the Grad.
You think he was there?
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. We would need to know the story of this man's service.
A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil environment.
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then
But he did say he's going to do it. You can't edit words into someone's mouth.
Indeed, but...
There's more going on here than we know.
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you?
Yep.
This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back to the cheery radio again, spewing out beats like it's a Friday night. The contrast feels chilly, inappropriate even.
Just a little. What was this again? Tape you found from a shack on the coast. The A-side has smallest church in Saint Sains written on it, while the B-side is supposed to contain the instrumental version. Requires a boombox to play.
The porter reel is just what you needed.
Yeah.
You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing.
Keep the porter reel at the harmless distance and wait.
Then the organ starts playing, a simple, melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Nothing to do with this right now. Immediately, the boombox tunes itself back to the Friday night beats, vibrating on your shoulder.
Alright. Back to tools, throw it back on the thing. Don't really want the thing at the moment. Talk to Classier about the door gunner megamix, yeah. Smoker on the balcony. What time are we at the moment? 4:40. Okay. Still got a while before we meet the smoker, so... Probably got time for a lot of conversation about that. Fuck, what was I looking for? I should unlock another one so I can keep this going, actually. Don't really know which one I'd actually want, though. It's generally understood that human beings are carbon-based organisms, fusing little carbon tubes together to form complex, mushy structures capable of thought, love, and locomotion. It is also known that these structures sometimes like to take the edge off by consuming ethanol, amphetamine, etc. In such cases, it is important to supplement your body with magnesium. Tired? Maggot. Down? Mag time. Liver damage? Maximum mag. Some people say magnesium doesn't really do anything and you just need to quit. What do we tell them? Oof. So I've got Le Millionaire, magnesium-based life form, Fairweather, T500. Fuck it. Start internalizing this. I want to try and keep some thoughts going. The thing is, I'm not, like, 100% sure how, like, the, skill point economy is going to work in this game. Like, I seem to be getting a lot of experience over time, like, getting, many points a day. But the question is, like, if... Like, once I've unlocked all of these, do I still have excess points to start, like, really fucking around with the thoughts that I have? Because I'm undoubtedly probably going to get a lot more as the game goes on. When it comes to, like, the stats and stuff like that, like, how many have I invested on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. With, like, what? I think 6... Yeah. Yeah, I guess it kind of makes me wonder, like, am I going to reach a point where, like, I can kind of, like, reorganize these thoughts a lot? Or is that going to come at, like, a big, big cost? We just don't know. Alright, back we go. What was the check on this? It's physical instrument, isn't it?
Small, heavy door.
Ugh. Fun.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Yeah. Sure does. Let's talk more about this so-called assault.
Not my favorite topic, but okay.
Spice things up. You sure you weren't? What did happen between you and the victim? Must have been hard for you. What can you tell me about him?
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now.
I know it's difficult.
She meant she sees him in her dreams. You pissed it all away. All of it. Elysium.
How
Please
about
shut up,
we,
Inland.
change the subject to something more lighthearted now?
Yeah, so Titus gave us a recording.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table. This does not surprise her.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
A smile flits across her face.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
On this tape, he specifically identifies you as the target.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
She arches her brow. Those are the exact words he used.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
She picks the cup back up.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style?
Kohoi was mentioned.
He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Why say things like that? Machismo? Do you think he was trying to scare people?
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
Persona?
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani's ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke. It sounded like a deeply troubled man.
Hold on, he said he was mentally done. That sounds like a broken man to me.
Well, maybe I pieced him back together with my magical personality.
Weren't you afraid? Or you like this kind of stuff? And you spent time with this person, romantically. You like this kind of stuff?
We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Kohoi here.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? He and Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
There is a small measure of pride in her that she could quell the rage in such a being. What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Now that you've had some time, yeah, okay, I guess, yeah, this was the thing that, had to happen before we got a bit more information about this. Now that you've had some time, can you tell us about the victim?
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Lelystad. That's a good start.
The lieutenant writes it down in his notebook.
We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations, recorded neatly in blue ink. The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
Phantasmagoria. Where is Lelystad? The place, I mean.
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of Gottwald. Executive summary: cows, silos, and wheat.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was Occidental, not Mondial. I'll update the form.
Lieutenant shakes his head like you just missed a shot in darts. You were both from Orient?
Yes. We were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrek. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
No love for Mother Oranje. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing.
A military man, but not a patriot?
No. He left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind.
Right.
He was by no means a stupid man. A people person. A small platoon leader. Certainly not a patriot.
You don't seem like much of a patriot yourself. As an Orangese yourself, didn't his lack of patriotism annoy you? Oof, let's not do that. You don't seem like much of a patriot yourself.
Mm-hmm. There is nothing on Moindi. The old, old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Orania did bring us together. In loathing. I love Revachol, though. I hope she loves me, too.
She looks around, the wind in her hair. How old was he, miss?
He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no.
The memory makes her smile.
We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Looks like you were right, officer.
Lieutenant taps on his notebook once, as though assigning some kind of point. I did not know this was a competition, Kim.
It isn't. Police work is a cooperative sport.
This is clearly sports for him. Something like archery or darts.
It's about getting hits, right? And not missing.
That's too pinball for me. I just like to get autopsies right on the first try. Where were we?
He's lying.
His eye color?
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
Interesting. I too have stroked his hair. Kim, I said to put the Brilliante on the form. Do I get a point? Let's get to the rest.
The young woman nods.
He had a tattoo. What did it mean?
Oh, that.
She smiles.
It's clear she liked it.
You liked it?
Quite a lot, yes.
It was an Orangese map of the waterways.
Sure, waterways. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though.
Showing off to chicks? How so?
How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
Is this Oranese lit?
Don't interrupt.
He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?"
She points at the air with her sharp-nailed finger, picking out an imaginary tattoo star.
And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths."
Yikes.
And so it goes. Star after star. Port after port. Third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them.
You were the woman in this.
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us precisely what these mean?
No, thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
That works too. She pours herself some more coffee.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed. so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Change of topic, perhaps?
She looks over her shoulder to the sea, then back at you, smiling faintly. Could it be love that did him in? Perhaps, miss, it was communism that killed him? What? Could it be love did him in?
It very well could be, yes.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean?
Oh. Right. Okay, then, another question.
Of course.
I think we're finished with this line of questioning. Hand the Lieutenant back his notes.
All right.
Lieutenant puts the slip back in his notes and observes the young woman for a moment.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Let's return to this later.
Rigorous self-critique. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
Int and Psi red check failures heal +1 morale. Physical and, well, phys and motorics red check failures heal 1 health. Learning cap for pain threshold raised to 6. Damn, that's kinda neat, actually. Huh. What was the...
Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42?
It's what she said, yes.
Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of mortality. He was 42 years old.
Where is this going?
How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder? You could ask either one of them.
Kim, how old do you think I am?
Huh?
How old do I look?
How old? 58.
Oh my god, that's really old. Really? Maybe you're wrong. You were wrong about the deceased too. He was way younger. You're probably right. I mean, yeah, that would probably right. That's about what I look.
Actually, make that 54. Alcoholism has severely impacted your appearance, and I was wrong about the age of the deceased.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements.
Bring it on. I'm not afraid of the truth.
To the laboratorium.
Date of birth generator? What? Hold up. Excuse me? Date of birth generator. Your face looks like it's 58 and your body feels like it's 60. Your mind feels like it's lived for 1 day or 100. Both longer than they ought to be, the day and the century. But for how long, then, has this thing attached to your sentience walked the planet's crust? Time to start racking those brains of yours, Elder One. When and where were you born? I'm still researching something, so I'm not...
Officer.
What was the... That was volition, right. Do I want to give that another shot? Yeah, I am actually curious.
Officer. It's a fine day for questions.
Sorry, one more time. I got a +1 to volition at the moment. Volition. What am I getting volition from at the moment? Oh, it's probably, yeah, it's the necklace. Okay, so then that would give me volition. An empire, authority. In one empire. Alright, yeah, that's as good as it's gonna get.
Officer.
Alright.
It's a fine day for questions.
Round 2. Let's go.
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. I have bad news for you.
What?
You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you, you boring stiff.
Uh-oh.
You too. Me? What did I do? These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore.
I knew something was off.
I'm sorry I didn't catch it sooner. It takes conscious effort on your part.
Huh. Which ones exactly are affected?
There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume all of them.
Huh.
Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised.
I don't believe you, electrochemistry.
Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here.
Yeah.
No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy.
Uh-huh.
Really? Quick. Tell me what's under her jumpsuit. Glory. Truth. Softness. Protect her. She wants you. I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this next guy's on another level entirely.
Uh-huh.
She likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature.
How did this happen?
How it always does. Through subtlety.
What can I do?
There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do.
Can't you turn them normal again?
No.
What use is this, then?
It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not?
This is really interesting. So, like, this isn't something that I can just, like, sidestep or anything like that. Volition is literally saying, no, you're being perceptive, but she is putting on things for you to perceive. You're kind of just playing into the thing at the moment. Does this mean she's been lying to me?
Yes. Mr. Thespian here has been singing paeans to how truthful she is. She is a lady, most fair and just.
Shut up. Oh, God damn it, drama. You are meant to be one of the good ones.
In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies. That is correct. And omissions, too.
Can I trust that guy?
A little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something. I wouldn't know. I don't add flair. But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, They are not to be trusted. Not with her.
Can I trust any of them ever again?
Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. Just not with Miss Orange Disco Dancer here. A light green speck and imperfection on the outer rim of her right iris. It sparkles.
Jesus. What is her plan?
You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one he usually does says, she may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. You doubt it's something truly insidious. See? It's oddly moderate, probably compromised.
I've been talking to myself long enough. Let's get back to it.
Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this.
Don't say anything, just close your eyes and let the moment pass.
For a second, her face disappears from your cornea. Only a silvery negative remains. Still smiling, a tired smile.
I need to talk to you about your room again.
Yeah?
Where does that door lead? Point to the door to the roof.
I have no idea, officer.
Okay.
All right.
I was wondering if something like that was actually going to happen at some point during this game. Like, the fact that all of them speak with different voices seems like it's too good an opportunity not to have them kind of, like, identify that the others are lying or compromised or not thinking straight and things like that. Oh, man, that's so good. Yeah, and, like, you can get the best reads you can on her, but Volition is like, listen. What they are seeing is what she wants you to see. They're not looking past that. They can't get past it. Something's up, and you need to be aware of that. I actually really adore that. That's really cool. Oh my god. Is there any way to... Not really. Oh, right, I can fast travel too. Damn. I gotta remember that. What the fuck is that? I wonder if we can get there. In that case, what do we want to do now? I guess we have to go talk to Titus. Probably makes the most sense. Date of birth generator. God, that's good. Right, I need to go back to what I was wearing as well. Lower volition just a little bit. I'll probably save here just to be sure. Well, I haven't saved in a while, and I didn't see the autosave happen in ages either.
It's you again. What is it?
He acknowledges you gruffly. Talk to Joyce, the merc you hanged. His friends are coming for you. So I talked to Classier about the tape.
And? He tenses immediately. Chest tightens. Jaw sets. Ready for another blow.
And nothing. She stands by what she said.
That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
Gold? It's just locker room talk. It's not evidence. It was dark stuff, but it didn't prove anything, and it didn't change her mind. Yeah, it was bad. Honestly, I expected it to have more effect. She pretty much laughed it off, Titus. I mean, it was dark stuff, but it didn't prove anything, and it didn't change her mind.
Dark. Dark is when you start a goddamn death rock band. He said he'd rape her.
He shakes his head in disbelief.
What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
She did not say whoop-de-doo. It did not come as a surprise to her, and she definitely wasn't scared. Actually, I think it made her a little nostalgic. If anything, she seemed turned on by the whole door gunning thing. I don't know about that. She did not say whoop-de-doo. Did not come as a surprise to her, and she definitely wasn't scared. Actually, I think it made her a little nostalgic. This would probably piss him off, honestly.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Lieutenant looks at you, then him.
Funny? No good goddamn psycho whore.
You doing alright there, Titus? You seem perturbed. Just a little.
Seems like they wanted to give Claudia a second chance to play along. She still didn't.
Alright. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
The voice is a bit softer than earlier.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
Titus rubs his chin with his palm as if trying to grind it smooth.
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
I think you had a lie planned, but she didn't play along. Maybe she isn't who you thought she was. Maybe she's still in a denial. You know, like a defense mechanism. I think you had a lie planned, but she didn't play along.
I ask for your opinion. Not a bedtime story. Tell it to your grandma.
This tape was the last chance for her to do what was planned.
But she didn't. She knows she can't lie to us, unlike you.
Oh no. He's definitely compromised too. It's his hubris. Sadly, not much to do about it now.
Well, okay, Volition, you might have a point. However, counterpoint. Fucking with Titus and making him seem like Classier has won over him seems to piss him off a fair bit. Good work.
Fantastic. So now, you remember how to do your job. I'm so sick of this piss. We should get something harder in here.
Yeah, guys. We should get a party going tonight.
Why?
Maybe not then.
Success. They admitted to unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation.
Awesome. Maybe she isn't who you thought she was.
Nah. I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head.
Titus, she has my whole skill set compromised. She's some kind of pro. You don't know? She's a model. She won a pageant. She's not some helpless girl. She handled the mercenary well enough. True. She's a hardcore party girl with a bigger death wish than mine. Huh. I guess you do know her then. She's not some helpless girl. She handled the mercenary well enough.
Handled him? She got into some stupid shit with that guy. Shit we had to take care of.
Yes, we heard all about it, and the fact still stands. You were more disturbed by the tape than her.
Yeah. That's a very good point. Be straight with me, Titus. What really happened?
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
He puts his giant face in his hands and sighs.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent. They're confused. This is growing over their heads.
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck off!"
He throws his beer can down.
That lying scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over.
Yeah.
There is a silence in the room. Elaine starts saying something, then thinks best not to.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? What we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
Fucking get him, Gart.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Ooh. Ooh. I like a lot of those modifiers. Strange reaction to bullet. Everyone asked to cooperate. Compromise skill set known. Angus can't take pressure. Discussed 8th Hardy. Confronted about drug trade. Push Titus on the tape. Oh, that's the only negative I've got. Well, give me 1 second and I'll change my outfit to be better at rhetoric. Rhetoric. Don't currently have anything adding to that, so I don't need to worry about replacing anything with it. Oh, there's one. Rhetoric. It's a -1 to rhetoric. +2 to drama, interfacing, electrochemistry. Okay. That's it for now. Actually, what does this do again? Oh, it's just +1 to physique. So what are we at in terms of rhetoric, then? 5. Which would make it more than the, either side of the median roll. Does that give me, like, a 70...
What is it?
Is it a 60 or 70% chance to roll on that? Because I know higher than even is 58. Is 72. Okay. Okay. Godly rhetoric time, let's go.
Convince Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter. But you know someone who might.
One of his boys will.
Fat Angus, the powerful guy. Mr. All Muscle. The time has come. Put him in the pressure cooker. Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and Martinez. Their district. Their responsibility.
Hey Charles, how's it going? That's it then, case closed. We're going home, Kim. Wait, what?
Fat Angus, just remember. Huh? He'll get it. Go on.
Write it down, Kim. In Martinez, they just kill you because they don't like you.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
because of some chick, because you're a foreigner, because you work for the wrong people, because they like killing. Ooh, God, what do we want to do with this? How is disco going? Well, I found my badge. We now know that the gun was pawned off, and what Harry did to pawn it off. So yeah, it's been a bit of a heavy day. Yeah, but we are about to make a breakthrough with these idiots, so... because of some
Bring
shit.
that up one more time, and you won't get to write that report.
A wince. It's involuntary.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us. That's what they do in the wild north.
He scratches in his notebook. They just hang you, like in the Dark Ages, make a display of your corpse. They just hang you, shoot you, whatever. They can't even remember. They just hang you, shoot you, light you on fire. They don't care.
It wasn't that. It wasn't. We didn't shoot him.
The fat man says with a wheeze.
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
The old man reaches for his belt, but his voice is strangely calm.
Firearm. A Glass 08 or a 38 caliber pistol. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
Or what? You're gonna kill me like you killed him for no fucking reason? What happens if I keep talking? You're gonna kill me too in this bar for nothing? Ooh, look at Kim first.
The lieutenant has put down his notebook. His hand is resting on his holster. He gives you an imperceptible nod. What? What does that mean? Go for it. The lieutenant has his eyes set on the fat guy. Push Angus. We're almost there.
Yeah. Or what? You're gonna kill me like you killed him for no fucking reason?
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
He takes a breath, wheezing.
Shut up, Angus!
He was dead before you hanged him.
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
The little guy hits Angus on the back of the head, a loud slap.
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control.
Does he? His closed fist is shaking. It's you who's in control. Let them have their moment.
The room falls quiet. So quiet you can hear Angus wheeze.
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
That was uncalled for.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
He turns to the fixer.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
She walks off without looking back.
What just happened between these two? You're in. He's all yours. Questions.
So you didn't kill him. He was already dead.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. The bullet in his head.
Another nod.
Why?
'Cause the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls plural? There's another girl? 2 of them? Take note of this. They'll probably say more about her later.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
What happened Sunday night?
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
How did you know?
I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
The rat-faced man snickers.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
He turns back to you. What happened then?
We went upstairs. Sure as day the merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
Okay, that explains the window.
He means they'd been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse, we hanged.
Who's Tibbs? The 8th Hardy?
Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Right now, he's grateful he hasn't gotten his brother into this mess.
If Classier didn't kill him, why the cover-up?
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
I didn't notice anything. What kind of shit are we talking about?
The can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her. From the old world. Where she came from.
These people? Who are they?
They're powerful. Connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
That's all he knows. That's all she's told him.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
So, who killed the merc then? Any leads?
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
I mean the people after Klausya. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
And you had ideas about his past too.
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell.
He pauses to think. Sorry, 1 second. I do not have a skill point to put another thing in. Damn. Oh, right, and I can't even realize that thought while I'm in a conversation.
Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again.
Whose idea was it to hang him anyway? Hers?
In a manner of speaking.
Remember the 2 girls? He may be talking about the other one.
Earlier you said the girls asked for your help. Was this the other girl?
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message.
It's her, isn't it? The drug trafficker. The missing 8th Hardy.
Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head.
The big guy steps toward you.
A little too far there, but you're definitely right.
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway.
You know it's okay for there to be a Hardy girl, Titus. Understood? Can you tell me anything about her? Name, current location? You're going to stonewall me if I ask about her, aren't you? You're going to stonewall me if I ask about her, aren't you? Understood.
Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Klausya you want to talk to.
Sorry I made you guys fight.
Me too.
Kim, we did it.
The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
Thank you for this, Titus. I'll go talk to her for the last time.
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go, Klausya, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But
you would still prefer if we didn't take her away.
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
We'll take that into account.
Lieutenant slides his notebook into his coat pocket. He turns to leave. God fucking damn it. That was a really great moment and, like, revelation coming from that. I didn't expect to see titties big in there. God damn it.
Magnesium-based life form.
Alright, what the fuck does this do?
We tell them, hell no. You're about to become a magnesium-based life form. The age of the primitive carbon man is done. No longer must mankind rely on slow-working background radiation to take us further into our genetic destiny. This is the era of guided evolution, and magnesium is the key. You are the first of your species. The next step in human evolution. An advanced magnesium proto-man who mags it up, drinks it down, and sniffs it sideways.
+2 to volition, -1 to logic. No such thing, man. Damn, I've got huge volition. Jesus Christ. What is my volition at right now? 8. God damn. Big. Confront Classier with the Hardys. Hardy and the boys know the whole story. It'll be difficult to get it out of him. Yep. Huge. Yep. Mental, like, absolutely peak mental fortitude right here. Actually, hold up.
Hey, was there something you needed?
He nods in greeting.
Well, well. Bringing him that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
Gart, I saw another thing in the whirling.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
Nothing about the rooftop door. Interesting. Yeah, that was a good scene. Yeah, I think the thing that really, like... the thing I really like about that is that Titus is obviously, like... So when you first approach Titus, he's just, like, completely, off-putting, antagonistic, aggressive, all of that shit, right? And it seems very rooted in, you know, protecting, or... It seems very, like, motivated in a... like, a violent display of, territoriality, I guess. At least it comes off that way, obviously. Obviously, it seems like they're kind of, like, not, they're not telling you the truth. But the way he presents himself in that situation is very much like, no, fuck you, we did it, I don't care. Cry about it. And it seems, like, incredibly callous. It seems, like, incredibly, like, not chauvinistic, but, like, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess just aggressive, like, like, it's similar but not quite the same as, like, well, the thing that, like, comes to mind is, like, the, oh, no, I fucking lost it. But, yeah, so he comes off that way at the beginning, and then it becomes clear that, like, you know, he's definitely hiding something, but the thing that is actually motivating him, that you eventually learn, like we just did then, is not, like, you know, just protecting someone because they don't want to cause trouble or anything like that, or making sure that only their kind of side of the political, or of political action in that area kind of goes forward and whatnot. It's literally like, dude, people who end up in Martinez end up there because of bad shit that's happened. I am trying to look out for the people who wash up here. Because if we don't try and keep that together, literally every other outside force, and not in, like, the racist nationalist way, every other political body that's, like, that would want to, like, fuck this place over is going to find a reason to do that. If we don't actually, like, deal with this all ourselves and have that sense of community, like, with the Union taking them in, making sure they're protected and whatnot, like, it's actually a far more, like, sympathetic motivation than just, like, nah, we want the strike to go off well. It's like, the strike going off well is, like, an offshoot of his true motivation, which is to look after the people in Martinez. Now, that doesn't make him a good person or anything. Like, obviously, there's more to it than that. But it's far more of an understandable, seems to be some sort of message here. There might be. Wait, Disco Elysium's getting political? Jeez, I wonder what gave that away. But no, like, I actually do really appreciate that even some of the characters that you have, like, an antagonistic relationship with, like, once you kind of break apart their, like, facade, like, their motivations aren't just shitty or anything like that. A lot of it is just... And I think the thing that I really like about Titus's specifically is, like, we're trying to make do. That means we get up to some... Well, they obviously, like, don't outright kill people. I don't know if that's actually true or whatnot, but, like, the motivation is much more, like, understandable, and I guess, like, can invoke a lot more sympathy, because, like, yeah, this place is kind of the end of things. It's not on anyone, it doesn't belong to anyone, which is the reason that, like, 2 police precincts are kind of fighting over it. No one gives a shit about what happens there. It's literally on the border of a zone that basically doesn't have anything in the fishing villages and that. Who else are we going to turn to make sure we're all doing good? I think we need to look out for each other. And if that means that we tried to cover up... like, whatever the fuck happened to make sure that a person who is in an incredibly vulnerable position isn't fucked over, I get it. I get it. Right,
oh, yes,
blue door.
that door, sure. There's not... No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He runs the finger across the counter, checks
He's
it.
attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Let him get to pretend he's indifferent.
He looks at the dust on his...
Oh, yes, that door, sure. No, I don't... Or some boring...
He's attempting...
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Right.
Yes?
Jesus Christ. Why are you even here?
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
Ugh, nothing new to say either. Fuck you. Fucking piece of shit. Alright, back to Classier then. Should probably wrap up soon, actually. I should put some points into endurance. My volition's through the roof, but my endurance is still 3. What's up?
It's always good to see you.
She cracks a weary smile, leaning against the railing.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
The Hardy Boys told us what really happened.
I understand.
She puts a coffee mug on the table.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
You don't look surprised. You were expecting this?
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to questions. No, it's not good. It's the opposite of that. This will let her dictate the terms of your... Shush, I can't hear what she's saying.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
That's not a good enough reason.
You're right. There's more.
More?
You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
She reaches for a cigarette.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon, golden grey in the noonlight.
Never mind.
The light refracts. She takes out her lighter.
I think I might want to start ignoring the rest of my stats. Because Volition is very clear that, like, all of the shit that's happening with your stats is basically being manipulated by her. You can't, like... You can't just listen to it and expect this to go well. Or, like, believe it flatly. Is that why you're looking over your shoulder? You're afraid of moral intern? What's the RCM's involvement with the moral intern got to do with this? The RCM isn't the lapdog of the moral intern. You don't have to worry.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
What's going on? What did you do?
Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
There's a wince and a pained little smile.
Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard.
What happened here the night he died?
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean.
She points to the window. The silhouette of the bed is visible. Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass.
In a kneeling position, she was on her back. The glass shattered behind him? Okay, that would probably make sense, because if I remember, the bullet wound was in the back of his mouth, and I think it entered via that, if I remember correctly.
I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could...
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together and says it.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me.
Then what happened?
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs.
There's a long pause. She just stands there, her arms at her sides.
I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
That's a motherfucker. Fuck. I'm sorry this happened to you.
So am I.
She looks down. Her cigarette has singed her fingers.
She throws it away and immediately proceeds to light another one.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Titus said you looked pretty high.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No,
What did you do then?
nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot, just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore, so I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection, as far as you can.
Why didn't you run away from here? As a matter of fact, why are you here now?
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it gets.
When it happened, did you hear a gunshot?
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
Okay. What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Before we continue, who is Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
She says as if it's self-evident. I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
Okay, let's go on. What then?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To mislead you, they were tampering with the body.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does.
She looks at the ground, then raises her light brown eyes to meet yours. Then what did you do?
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What did you do while they were hanging him?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
This Ruby, where is this Ruby now?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later. What are you doing? Coming up with a theory. She said Ruby knew something was wrong before she said anything. How come? It was loud downstairs. She couldn't have heard the shot. It is ominous. You already coming up with theories that put the blame on someone other than Clausia.
Why did you call the cops if you're hiding?
Because I'm an idiot.
The answer comes fast.
which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
So you would have us believe, but you're not.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob. Once. Just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Revachol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible. Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then? She did, of course. Don't be paranoid, man. It's unbecoming of a police officer, and it makes you sweat.
I went to get an apple. We're going down the rabbit hole of talking to Classier. I think Volition might be onto something. Like, there's an incredibly easy check there, and then Volition is like, oh, Jesus Christ, that was a lie, wasn't it? And then all of the other stats are like, no, she did. Of course she did. Oh, God. Oh, boy. What did you have? Oh, actually, when was the window changed?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
She takes a drag.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there.
In her bedroom? Inside?
Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye.
Did you kill Laylee?
What? Why would I put myself through this? Insanity. Get myself cornered like this.
There's a silence.
He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I would never hurt him.
It could have been a desire murder. Maybe an act of jealousy. He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun lying around. Close to her hand. A military weapon using jacketed ammunition. Now you guys suddenly have theories pouring out, when they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
I don't know if I like this line of questioning, just because, like, I have, like, there's, like, no way for me to know if this is, this is the weird thing, the weird position I'm in. My stats are all giving me options or suggesting things to say to her, and Volition's like, oh, fuck, y'all are just grasping at straws now. But I don't know... Like, the way that this conversation has gone, I don't know if this is because, like, my stats are just, like, throwing darts in the dark or whatever. Or if this is, like, a legitimate, like, line of questioning. He must have, Like, did you use that? Is, like, very, very pointed.
Like what?
What did you do to have these people after you? Oh, she waits, her light brown eyes wandering over the floor, over your face. That was also fairly curt, but I can't blame her, honestly.
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again, with a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
He taps on his notebook.
The job was Louisduin County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Louis Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
Wait, like the electrical company?
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Louis Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
Lowe's Cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
I'm sure there are people who have done much worse than that. Serves them right. When I am king, this savings bank will be the first against the wall. You're right, this is bad. You've destroyed what people have built. That's a lot of shit you've gotten yourself into. Sure there are people that have done much worse than that.
Sure. I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. People lost their jobs. Good people, too, not just C-suite.
She shakes her head at the thought.
A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
What did you do?
One of them killed themselves because of me.
How do you live with yourself? Jesus Christ. That's not easy to deal with.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it?
I don't either.
There you have it. The way of the warrior.
Could the people after you have killed him?
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
And?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone.
She looks at her cigarette.
So they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
Either way, something to consider.
We can't go after Louis Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there.
I think we're done here for now.
She nods, silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands.
Lieutenant glances at you, then at the door.
He's thinking, are we done here? Or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody. No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality. This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her.
Yep. In God's name, wake up.
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and willow wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately, before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
Okay, this is going a little bit differently than I thought it would.
Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first. Yes, start at the top. Choose at the bottom. It's how we've always done it. No rush. See?
Devil woman. Whoa. You know, I think you didn't make that call to the station. What if I told you you're under arrest? Your real name isn't Classier Amandur. You know, I think you didn't make the call to the station.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergencies desk number. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
Are we really gonna have to deal with drama just being like the complete opposite now?
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
Anyone could know the number. That someone coughed, it means nothing.
But I know the time of the call, too. I know I have not been 100% truthful with you, officers. But I am now.
Kim, why have we not arrested her yet?
There may be grounds here. At least for an extended detention.
This bastion of willpower here, his watchmen have been sleeping too. You can be absolutely certain now. But he's coming around. A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
Your real name isn't Clasier Amandur.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name. Not when people are after you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Her voice cracks suddenly. Like there's a garrote around her neck. Oh, okay, what?
Okay, it's not.
Good, you can tell me the truth. I knew it.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
She looks at her hands. Her fingernails are chipped white. Was the passport bullshit too? That passport you kept hidden? Probably not even Miss Orion 37, are you?
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Claudia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Mea Smith, to hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
Where is this buoy?
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds, on the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now.
There was a bit of grass that we suddenly went, that'd be a good place to hide things. Anyway. God.
It's useless.
West of the boardwalk in the reeds. I have to check this boy out.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here, past the Bergen sewage pipe, right near the waterline.
Probably not even Miss Orion 37, are you?
I am. They can never take my sash and my scepter from me.
Yes, they can. For lying.
Tell me your real name?
It's Katarzyna Lazie.
Smile on her face is timid. Almost painfully so.
It's a Grad name. Jimsk or Yugo Grad in origin. Not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger, economic desolation, and rock music infused alcoholism.
Hold on. Katarzyne Elysium is not an Oranese name, is it? It's not even Mundi, it's Grad.
My parents were Zhimsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranje. Alasia is my father's name.
I'll keep calling you Classier.
That's cool.
She looks at the ashtray, then up to you.
She doesn't feel like a Classier. She feels like nothing.
Enough.
She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
Let's change the subject for the time being.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
Let's get back to those lies you told. It's unclear what she intended to say.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. We demand her fear.
Okay, you can calm the fuck down. What if I told you you're under arrest, Classier?
Clausia.
She repeats with a pained smile on her face, her back pressed against the railing.
It was my first real boyfriend who gave me that name. He never recovered from the shit we went through. Because of me.
Who was he?
He was a writer. He made Oranese lit. And I destroyed him.
She looks you in the eye, her mouth quivering.
I know I'm shit. I know. But I haven't done anything. At least nothing illegal.
She purposefully misrepresented information crucial to the case. Fucking mind games. Enough. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in.
You misrepresented information about the case without the Hardy's confession. We'd know nothing. You're a suspect in a murder investigation. You're a flight risk. That is all reason I need. You're not playing these mind games with me anymore. You're coming in. It's going to be one of these two. I don't know if I'd actually... Fuck, I wish I had a save file to go back to, because I don't really want to go down this road, but I guess we're doing it now. There'll probably be an actual option to be like, arrest her or not, but yeah. You misrepresented information about the case. Without the Hardy's confession, we'd have nothing. You're a suspect in a murder investigation.
The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Okay, I guess we're doing this.
Please no.
Her eyes become round with fear. She tries to back further off.
I think I know who did it. Who shot Lely. I can tell you. I can help you.
What do you know? Who shot him?
She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, she says, "Gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her."
Ruby.
Why do you think it was her?
She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boys downstairs. She's been pretty frank about what she wants.
And what is that?
Sex. And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me. It became an unhealthy relationship. When I started spending time with Lely, she told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was not a good meeting. We stopped talking after that, but...
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she is romantically interested in you?
The lieutenant sounds incredulous. He still has the cuffs in his hand.
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
And you led her on?
The lieutenant narrows his eyes. Sorry, 1 second.
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
Sounds like she was fixated on you. This is just sensationalism and guesses. I don't know what to make of it. It sounds like she was fixated on you.
This is just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened when I came downstairs.
Which you have been very clear to communicate to us.
Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up here, she was calm as a stone, too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching? Yet again, you're coming up with this. The worst thing is, it may be true.
When Ruby said there would be shit happening if you didn't end your relationship with the deceased, was she threatening you?
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, so I can tell when someone knows how to do it. And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it had worked, but...
She looks through the window of her room.
Some of that fear is still with her. She exhales sharply. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
And how could she have killed him?
She could have had access to the roof. You've noticed that door there, right? Maybe it leads downstairs. She could have come to the roof through that, then taken the shot right here, where I stand. It was dark outside. I wouldn't have seen her.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone noticing. That is possible.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there with her?
Yes, of course. She's been up here many times, jacking private stations off the ring antenna. She used to come here to drink on the roof with me, before it got weird.
Okay, that's it for Ruby.
Okay, and what? Arrest the liar now.
Who?
Her. Stop letting her distract you.
I'm actually kind of torn here. Like, I don't really know what... Like, I understand the notion here that, yeah, arresting her would keep her in place and, you know, potentially protect her while we sort this shit out. But I don't understand how... Like, if... We'd have to, like, send her off to one of the police stations... One of the precincts, right? And that would be, like, consigning her to death if we're to believe that, like, the whole fugitive story. Which I'm not inclined to think is a lie at the moment, at least. But on the other hand, like, there's no in-between here. Like, I don't think we can say, alright, don't leave the hotel and really make sure that or the hostel, and really make sure that she does that. So, like, it's either she is completely on her own and we have, like, no way to actually ensure she stays around, or we take her in and risk her being knocked off in the process. And, like, Volition is being very clear that, like, we're being played, but the problem is I don't see the end goal here. Like, by her own admission, well, and, yeah, she could be lying again, but, like, the idea is that she doesn't have anywhere else to go. That's the reason that she didn't leave. But I would need to believe that that was the reason that she called the police and whatnot, which... The thing is, too, that, like, I can do this and potentially arrest her later on, but I don't know how time critical that's going to be. How long do I have before this becomes not an option anymore? Shit. Kim has taken out the cuffs, though. And I do want to link... Kim has been pretty fucking good at reading these situations so far. I don't know if he... Like, I don't know anything about how he feels about whether this woman's lying or not. And I don't know if I back off here, if I get an opportunity to talk to Kim about this. Or if we have a reaction to be able to figure it out a bit more. The other thing is that, like, arresting her in the middle of the fucking union strike as well is not gonna look good. That's gonna put Titus and everyone else in a really fucking bad way. And, like, I've only just gotten them to start cooperating. And they're also clearly not, like... It really seems like they didn't cause any of this, so, like... I want to have their cooperation to kind of see things through, but, like, I don't know if that's... Again, something that Clazier is, accounting, or, like, using in that way? Like, fuck. God damn it. One of these I can't take back, though. That's the thing here. Like, I'm probably going to wrap up the stream really quick here, so I'm not actually going to leave this area, but...
Thank you. Thank you. You won't regret it.
I really hope I don't.
Something tells you, you will. She slowly lights another cigarette.
Oh.
As you look back, you think, so love did do him in, after all.
I was right.
If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft palate.
What is communism in this? It killed him.
No. Communism killed him. Remember? Love made it possible. You know this much.
What is communism in this?
You do not know. A wind of needles. Airships flutter in the stratosphere.
How do I know all this then?
Who knows? It's getting cold out. You should go.
Okay, well... Fuck, actually, no, I'll stay out there and finish this off. I was gonna maybe look at the, window again, but I think it might be better to, I think it might be better to just call it here, because that's probably gonna take another 20 or so minutes, and I don't really want to stretch it too thin here. Cool. Wow, a lot happened today. Fuck. Make Titus give up Ruby's location. Ruby was the organizer of the hanging. She's also missing, but the Hardy Boys will be tight-lipped about her location. You need to get them to open up. Have you fully explored the whirling? Analyzed the site of the murder? Truly and thoroughly interrogated Classier? All this might make convincing them easier. There's a buoy west of the boardwalk on the coast, somewhere in the reeds. It has Miss Oronier's fake documents in it. Yeah, and that's not to mention all the shit that I still need to do. Although the list is actually getting pretty small now. Or more manageable, at least. What was this check again? This was physical instrument.
The same small, heavy door.
I guess I could, like, ask Gart about it, though. But, yeah. Yeah, so that's going to be it for me today. It's a brand new week. Unfortunately, I have to head into the office, for some time this week. I'm hoping it's not for too long. I don't really want to fucking travel to the office, to be completely honest. So yeah, I don't know about streams during the week. It's probably going to be Elden Ring, if anything. I want to, like, continue chipping away at that game. I'm considering also just, like, I'm considering also, like, doing some minor stuff off stream, like maybe exploring some things, and not, like, completing dungeons or anything like that, but just kind of, like, getting a few more interesting points on the map so I can kind of, like, go through it. Just if I want to do stuff with the game off stream, because it is turning out to be very big, and, like, I don't know if it's reasonable for me to complete in, like, a reasonable time on the stream, so yeah, we'll figure that out. And then, yeah, so definitely some Elden Ring on Friday at the very least, and then it'll be another weekend. I might not be streaming Saturday next weekend either. It's going to depend on things, but I will at the very least be playing on Sunday. Or streaming on Sunday, rather. So, yeah. There's that. Kind of sucks that shit's been, like, a bit inconsistent during the week, but work is just like that sometimes, unfortunately. When I get towards the end of things, I usually have to be, like, very available to help testers and stuff like that, so it means that I have to be, like, on hand in the same building to really help them out. Which kind of sucks, but it happens once in a while, so, yeah. Yeah. Good stream. A lot of dark shit, and we're clearly getting to the bottom of a lot of stuff, and starting to try and think about really tough, or trying to make really tough decisions about where the rest of this goes, which, is going to be interesting. So, yeah. Fuck, I love this game. This is really damn good. Alright, enough waffling. So, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. Oh, actually, sorry. Let me double check if there's anyone to raid. Elden Ring. Lovely. Fucking okay. Alright. No one to raid this afternoon, but yeah. So, yeah, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time.